What is up, everybody? So, yeah, I think who's gonna win this, but we'll see what happens. I think I may have made a mistake because I was kind of just setting the stream up and not thinking about it. I don't remember this boss fight particularly well, but if Hot Wheels NPs on his first health bar, I should not have cast protection from arrows, because he's going to kill the first taunt, kill the second taunt, then pretty much NP, and then the only way to survive that is guts, so what's the point in having protection from arrows up yet? And you could, you know, just cast it again right after guts if you hadn't used it already, but, you know, fuck it, we'll see what happens. Alright, Lostbelt 4 time, let's do this. Let's see here. Not a very good opening hand. I guess I just cast Guts now. That's a huge mistake if he does not use his NP though, because then I'm just wasting it. Funny, I have footage on my hard drive of soloing this with Medusa Lily, and I've never posted it. And it's kind of too late now, I feel. So yeah, I rolled for Beowulf. I got the rolls on our Discord. I got him, but it didn't go very well. Like, I used quite a bit of SQ there, and I only got him once, so that felt kind of bad. I got spooked by Horse Bindo, which I really like Horse Bindo, but because I've already got him NP2 on my ult account, getting him at NP1 on my main account is kind of useless, which feels a little bad. But yeah, I did get at least one Beowulf, so I went from like 2,000 SQ down to like 1,690, I think. So good chunk. But yeah, I only got one Beowulf. What I'm gonna do is, because I really want him NP3, because that's kind of when your NP damage peaks. When we get a 4-star summon ticket, I'm just picking Beowulf, right? That's how I get him to NP3. So he's NP2 for now, which is good enough. I didn't get Virtus, or the fuck you say her name at all. You know, and she's cool, so that sucks, but, you know, it's not that big. I was going for Beowulf, so it's no big deal. God, these hands are killing me, though. Okay, pretty abysmal start. All we got was 2 Coup Buster cards, and we have Buster down, so that's fantastic. Alright. Okay, he's got even more defense down, feels bad. It's a tough time. Thought about making the stars, but let's try to break here. Coming close. Woo! 2K. Martha wasn't rated up. That's actually why I didn't roll until... Yeah, see, I messed up. I shouldn't have cast protection from arrows at the start. It was a complete waste. But I didn't want to get Martha because I like Martha, but I've already got her on my ult, so I only wanted to get Beowulf, so I waited. No, that the fuck? Why did he not remove? Oh right, he does it after. That's right, man. I haven't fought him in forever. That's right, he does it after damage, so it was fine. No, actually, the mistake then is I should not have cast Guts. Because I not only did I waste it, but I wasted the attack up, so that was pretty oof. Anyway, the flat damage is definitely not a staple. It's good sometimes. Honestly, the reason why I have it equipped to him is just so if I need to use him for farming or something, you know, he gets really big normal card damage on trash mobs. It's just a safe bet, right? Normally, if I was fighting something hard, I'm like, oh, okay, this boss is gonna require me to really, you know, tailor my gameplay to them, then I would switch it off. It's just a generic thing to kind of slap on him because it makes his, in all circumstances, crit or no crit, it makes his Buster card hit kind of hard, which is nice. But there are situations where the 1,000 flat damage command code is good. Like, absolutely, there are definitely situations where it's good. And it's never bad. Like, it's never bad. It's flat 1,000 damage. Like, you know, that's not bad. But I wouldn't really say it's a staple. So he is what? Vulnerability. So I can't really do anything this turn. So I guess I make stars. Maybe get lucky and get 200% overcharge. This is a pretty bad start though. I misplayed quite a bit with casting Guts there. But we are counterclassing and all that, so... Probably should have waited to do my disengage there because the attack down didn't matter when he had invincibility or invulnerability, whatever you want to say, and I could have used it to get rid of the defense down there. Got this new Godjuna command code, which I might not keep on Ku, just because the heal can actually be a bad thing for him. It can be a good thing, but it can be a bad thing. The extra star is pretty nice. You know, more stars the better, but we'll see. Yeah, making 33 stars on Ku is pretty nice. Damn, we didn't get another turn out of our guts there. I don't want him to cast invulnerability again, so I don't think I cast guts yet. Because if I have the attack up, I might get him low enough that he wants to do that, and that would be bad. We've got this in spades, though, like no problem. Yeah, I guess I don't go for damage here, though. Let's do this. That's rare that you would play this way. But yeah, if he casts invulnerability, that's just annoying. Poor guy can't remove guts with his NP. Wow, we still got quite a bit of survivability here because we've got guts for the NP, then invulnerability for the normal attack turn, and then protection from arrows comes back. He's obviously very dead within that amount of time. This just in, Ku is a good unit. This is not a particularly hard stage to solo, though. You just need to be careful. Oh, he does hit pretty damn hard. I gotta say, his normal card damage there ain't no joke. You could do that with an 80 Ku, though, no problem. Hell, you could do that with a 70 Ku if you just play right. Like, no big deal. Because we overkilled a lot of the health bars, so our extra stats didn't matter too much. And all those extra turns of survival you could use on the 70 Ku to get by. I love this song, man. It's amazing. Proto Ku could probably do it if he was Grailed. I don't think he could do it at 70. And you might need to be smart with your CE. But yeah, he could probably squeak one. He might be able to do it at 70 if you got really fucking lucky, right? You'd really need good luck with the crits and everything. Things would have to work out pretty well. But that'd be pretty hard for Proto Ku to solo. But if he was Grailed, I think, yeah, he could do it. Definitely if he was Grailed. Because Ku had so many extra turns there, that kind of makes up for the difference between them, I would say. Oh my god, I want a Proto Ku buff, dude. I'm so tired of Proto Ku being so behind, So Yang CE, yeah, he could do it with that. He could definitely do it with that. He could do it at hell, he could do it at 60 with that. But, I'm so tired of Proto Ku being... You know, he's not bad. He's not a bad 3-star still, but he's just like an okay 3-star, right? And you kind of want him to be an excellent one. Well, that's some wonky shit right there. I have faith that Proto Ku is going to get buffed whenever they decide to use him for the main story or they do a prototype collab or whatever. Like, whenever prototype kind of gets the spotlight, I think it's going to happen. I wish they would do it before that, but what I hope they do, and I know this doesn't really make sense lore-wise, because it just straight up says that Ku and Proto Ku have the same version of Bulg. It's exactly the same. It's the only version of Bulg that's the same. But I really think you should buff his NP, give him the sure hit, give him the upgraded NP damage like Ku has, but then also give him like a 3-turn quick up or something like that like Kojiro has. And you can kind of justify that by like, well, yeah, their Bulg is the same, but they've kind of, not explicitly said, but they seem to be implying that Proto Ku has better runs than regular Ku, because they've confirmed that Proto Ku has a run that gives him like clairvoyance and all kinds of other nonsense. So, you know, you could kind of justify it that way. Or just the fact that he's bothering to use them, right? Because we already know both Kus can use their runs to make Bulg stronger, but, you know, they don't really have Fates the Night Ku really use them in FGO, so they could just have that represent the quick up, right? So that'd be kind of nice. Because Proto Ku needs to be the damage one That's the thing. He's supposed to have okay survivability, but he's supposed to have less of it than Ku, but then have more damage than him, right? And then like a beast niche. That's like the idea, but that it's not how it is right now. Because they gave Ku a 20 to 50% attack up for some reason and an upgraded NP, and those two things just put him so far ahead, it's kind of ridiculous. Okay, we're getting really close to the big fight, I think. I don't know what the hell this stage is, though. Pretty sure I'll Beowulf. I should probably give him a different CE than that, but why not? He just got buffed and everything. Oh, wait, this is probably for farming or something. Fighting all kinds of classes here. Saber's fine. This account doesn't have a particularly strong Saber. I should remember that though, and either level Bedivere or level Mordred, right? This is one of those things where you do things based on what your account has. And this account is kind of lacking a strong Saber, but oh look, we happen to have Mordred, so it makes a lot of sense to level Mordred instead of leveling Bedivere. If I didn't have Mordred, I would probably level Bedivere. I'm probably gonna level Bedivere anyway though, because he's that good, and two, I just like Bedivere, so he's probably gonna get leveled even if it doesn't make the most sense. But I think we're gonna level the cat soon. Like, definitely the cat. But we need to get up Leonidas and Medea, Alex, Fuma. Yeah, Fuma's probably next. There's quite a bit of backbone that this account still needs because it hasn't leveled much. I need to get on that though. I've been kind of lazy. Okay, I don't mind that. Put a Hans in the back. Not that it's not useful really. I just want him to get Bond. Who knows? Maybe we grail cat just to mix it up. Probably just grail it to 90 though. Like I said, on this account, I want to grail a lot of things to 90 and not all that much to 100. I think that's kind of going to be the aim. I mean, there's a pretty obvious answer. Say, like, I like it more. Like, I don't know what else someone would expect the answer to be. It's kind of like people always ask me why I have Robin in stage 1. It's like, why do you think? It's like no, I'm just too lazy to switch the stage. Let's see. Chimeras. It's always great. You know what? I'm just gonna use this right now and see if we get it back later. It's only a 5-turn cooldown. That did not really work out the way that I wanted it to. Probably because I had 0 stars from before. I guess I'll do this. I probably should have made like, I should have done it next turn, right? Make like a couple of stars, then use it. That would make more sense. Because you need like 20 or so stars. It's a bit better. Probably kill them both. What? Well, I did all this for nothing. Okay. Was that William Tell or something? Oh, there's a bunch of these. I guess this stage just ends after a while. You know, you could with the AI doing that, you could definitely kill these even on a weaker account. So it's kind of. I'm sure they won't let us though. Damn. Man, I wanted him to hit Martha so she'd get her NP. Well, she'll get it here. You're killing me with this! I'm trying to be meta over here, and they're just like, nope, just gonna shoot him.
出直していらっしゃい。
下がってください。マスター、はい。
Bonk him.
愛を知らない悲しき竜。ここに。せーの。
I'm really confused why she... Like, she's in this form for most of the event, like the Christmas event, and she's in the trailer in that form, and the command code is for, you know, her boy there. But for the bonus stuff, Ryder Martha didn't get much of a bonus, but Ruler Martha did. But I kind of guessing she's gonna go Ruler Martha at the end of the story or something. With, you know, Karna being a boxer and all that. Like how they've only done damage to Beowulf, and so that heal was not particularly effective there. Kind of annoying. This might look like a really weird use of my attack up, but I don't see where else I'm even going to use it. Damn! Man, because if he had done that, then she would have killed the other caster. Trying to squeak in some value there, not happening. Okay, that's much better. Gong is kind of gonna suck here. Oh, that's good. Although it means I didn't really need to do what I did, but especially the Buster Up. Yeah, the Buster Up was really unnecessary there. Maybe they are gonna have us go all the way. That'd be kind of cool. Might want to change the team if that ends up being the case, but if we get to fight this whole thing, I'm gonna be happy. Like, fuck yeah. Let me get some value, man. He couldn't have killed that guy. And I really wasted that Buster Up. I mean, Shin Gong should do 4K, although I haven't given him attack foes. We'll do that. Sound effects ain't working. Feels bad. By the way, I totally messed it up yesterday. I get my... So I don't play emulators much. I only play it on my old account here because I don't... Why would I want to risk my main account, right? Or any account that I really care about, right? It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, but I always get my emulators confused, and I thought I used Nox, but I don't. It's mistakes over. It feels bad. But yeah, when I do use an emulator, I use BlueStacks, which I totally messed it up yesterday. Apparently Nox is really bad these days. I don't even know, but everyone keeps saying now that Nox like really sucks nowadays. But yeah, emulators still against terms of service, yada yada yada. And we had 2 more gut stacks to go there. We could have gone for a while. I'm guessing we're just doing that again, except maybe this time it's not as many enemies. Do Mordred just for funsies. I don't know. I'm not too versed in the emulator scene, so you have to ask other people. But I've heard a lot of people saying Nox isn't so good anymore. Let's see if Mordred can get cards on turn 1. Do double star bomb. I spent quite a bit of SQ and I only got one copy of Beowulf, which, you know, good enough, but it did, kind of suck. I went from 2,000 SQ down to, I think, 1,690 or something. So, I mean, basically from 2,000 to 1,700. So I used about 300 SQ and I got him once. Which, you know, kind of rough, but at least I got him. And now he's in P2, which is really good. That's a huge step up. And then when they do a free 4-star ticket, I'll get him again. And then he'll be in P3, and then he'll be looking really nice. And I would have loved to have gotten, I would have really loved to have like spent that much SQ, gotten him to NP3 right now, and then I could be free to use my 4-star ticket on something else, right? But I don't know, maybe we get some summon tickets or something here and there. I might throw them at him. Maybe we get lucky and get another copy. You never know. Oh, I'm pissed. Oh, I'm pissed. So, you know, George had Star Bomb, so right, you know, he made 20 stars. And I was all like, okay, maybe Mordred gets a Buster card, we use her second skill, she's guaranteed to crit there, and then we just fucking melt something. She could literally kill this dragon on turn 1 with just a Buster card, but it didn't work out. You know what? This buff lingers, I'm gonna use it now. It's so unlikely, because Hercules' Star Absorb is terrible, but we'll, you know, okay, there we go. Feels good. So I think on turn 1 then, we don't have George taunt yet, because I want him to use the crit buff, and so he's got evade, so no need for taunt, and we'll just have Mordred do this. I want to kill the 7-month dragon because he can be all LOL, I remove your buffs. We have attack up, crit up, 175. Let's give him the other attack up. We're going ham here. Come on, Herc. Well, that helps. I don't think it's enough. It's gonna be close. Ooh, damn. Watch him do buff removal as his first fucking action. Oh my god. Oh my god. We just lost so many buffs. Herc, you couldn't do just a little bit more damage there, champ? You would have saved us a defense up, a crit up, a buster up, an attack up, another crit up. Oh god. That's just painful, dude. And then George's skill seal, that's great. I don't want to do this. This is awkward. If he had his attack up, I would say Herc could do 16k right there. Got the buster down. I think he'd be just shy. So I think we do... Oh man, this turn is awkward as hell. God, if I didn't lose all my buffs, it wouldn't be too hard to do the 16k. Guess it depends on how big that buster down is. Faith. Ooh, feels good. Okay, man, I wish we didn't lose all those buffs on Herc, dude. And we lost Mordred's crit and his Star Absorb buff. Like, that was really nasty. So much damage when that happens. It's flat damage, too. For true damage. Tempting to NP, but I don't think we need to. Although if I think he's not going to shoot this round and he'll shoot next round. So maybe I NP just so there's fresh targets out. Yeah, that's fine. If I don't do the buster up, she probably won't kill. Is it worth it to do the buster up from just this? Nah. Yeah, there was just a massive gap between Lostbelt 3 and 4. And the joke was the wait time was just to make that dragon. Because really, they didn't make very many new assets for this story. It's mostly reskins and just reused stuff. There's hardly any new assets here. But the dragon is pretty cool, though. I think we get the assist shot this one. If we do get the assist shot on this one, I don't need to actually attack the middle one. Don't really need to do that much damage there either, but MP gain. Nope, no shot. Okay. Played that wrong then. Now we got George though, so no big deal. Okay, that guy needs to die. Kill rate's been really good, all things considered. Be a little daring here. No, god damn it. You just run by fun. I'm pretty sure he was gonna kill all three there. Now I just wasted that Buster card. I was gonna pop the one, kill it, NP this one, and then do Buster extra on the last one. It would have been cutting it close, but I think he had it. See, then if it like that, I could have gotten more NP gain or Stargen instead. Which would have been better. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that would have worked though. That last guy would have been close. Please don't cut the stage off early. We can totally handle this. Like, don't ruin my fun game. I like because our kill rate is really high, we're not getting attacked much, and then while George's taunt is down, we can do their defense up in the evade. And then once that's gone, then he'll be able to taunt again, right? So pretty safe here. This guy's probably the biggest problem.
Hi.
Yeah, that's the music you expect of Mordred and Hercules with George fighting, you know, these monstrosities. This is totally the music that I would expect for that. Okay, the next shot that comes in will kill the one in the back, so I don't think I really need to hit him. Probably should have hit the caster, actually. Oh, no shot. Well, we can still just save that guy for the next shot. It's fine. Huh. Game, come on! You barely touched me! You barely touched me! I could heal George right now with the Mysticode and then his second skill, and we'd all be full health still! You fucking cowards, man! Yeah, Mordred is short and George is tall, pretty much. We hadn't even scratched the surface there, and Mordred was gonna NP again, right? Like, God. You know, you're just asking to get roasted by bringing that shit into my chat. Let me just do the rundown. You know, video game is for fun. Main story is especially for that. Imagine not using your favorite servants for the best content in the game. Let me constantly use servants I don't like so I can get SQ, so I can pull servants that I do like and get them to bond 10 and then never use them. So I really needed that SQ so I don't, you know, use anything that I pull. This makes really good sense, by the way. Like, I just like to point out, Bond gives you, like, no SQ in the grand scheme of things. Like, just fuck all, right? And then the best you're gonna get out of SQ, right, is acquiring new units. So then you can, what, use them and grind Bond on them so you don't use them. There's no logic here. It's one of the dumbest things you can do in FGO, in my opinion. And I know, and to each their own and blah, 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 blah. But I have no respect for that mindset. It's just fucking dumb. Okay, surely in this version of the stage, we actually, you know, fight, right? And like, you know, like your back row and stuff, you know, it makes a lot of sense to, you know, you might as well get bond on new things, right? If you're doing a farming stage, for example, right? And it's, you're gonna win no matter what. Yeah, I don't bring, you know, my, you know, bond 10 herc if I'm farming in the back row, right? What the fuck is the point of that, right? Nobody does that. When I'm playing the main story, you bet your ass I'm gonna play with the servants I actually want to play with. Like, good God. Imagine, chat, you know, your favorite servant ever being, oh, I don't know, Ku or something, and you do literally everything possible in the game to make Ku stronger, right? And you get him to bond 15 even, right? And then you're like, oh, hey guys, they just added an awesome new story, right? And lots of good boss fights, but I'm not gonna bring Ku for any of that because he, you know, his bond is max, you know. I'd be wasting my time if I did that, you know. Never mind wasting my time getting him to bond 15 and level 100 and 2k foe and, you know, all that stuff, you know. Never mind any of that. Just, you know, prep forever, never actually play the game. Listen, guys, let me just min-max my grinding so I can maximize my odds of getting new units so I can never actually use them for anything fun and just keep min-maxing until I'm in my grave. It's like, okay, yep, that's the plan. And, you know, some people really enjoy, you know, the treadmill, and you know, good for them, but that's, man, they're killing me with these shots, by the way. Like, every time you get like a plan going, they just run it. I don't think I have any servants in my second archive. And I don't think the only ones I would put in there would be like, and I might actually do this, you put like Kiara and Himiko in there, because I'm never going to really use them, but maybe way down the line they get a strengthening quest or an interlude that's good gameplay, and then I want to level them for that specifically just to have that stage around forever, right? But in the meantime, I might as well have them not cluttering up my inventory, right? So other than shit like that, there's, like, why would I ever put servants in the second storage? It's just stupid. Like, I use Mordred and Arthur for farming all the time, and Arthur's bond 10. But guess what? He's a really good farming unit, especially for like the way my account is set up. He works great. He's a high NP rank, he has a battery skill, I have lots of K-scopes, he can NP turn 1 without, you know, I don't need Waver, Scatty, Merlin, any of that. And then a lot of enemies in farming stages end up being giant, so it's just so often that Arthur makes it so easy for me to 3-turn, right? I'm like, yeah, nope, not gonna do that though, he's bond 10. Let me, you know, just grind out this Saber Gilius for a month so he gives me 1 SQ. Whew! Boy, I'm glad I did that instead of using Arthur. Whew! Imagine that 1 SQ might give me like a Battle of Kemlon or something. Woo, boy. Really glad I got that one. Saved, chat, saved. Wow, these are the last 2 enemies on this wave. That's kind of disappointing. I burned Cha-Cha the second time, but not the first time, just in case. But I have no intentions of leveling Cha-Cha under any circumstance. Not only is she annoying and lame, but her gameplay is atrocious and is complete. I'm not exaggerating when I say this. I really mean this, and I'm not trying to. And if you like Cha-Cha, that's great, and you know, trying to make her work, have fun. But from a purely practical standpoint, there is absolutely no reason to use Cha-Cha ever, under any circumstance, unless she's like a bonus servant. Because if you're like, oh, but AoE Berserkers sometimes are good, that's true, and sometimes you could literally have an AoE Berserker that's a gray box, that has no skills and just a generic stat line, and they're just like a generic, you know, gray box AoE, right? And sometimes you could make that work and it'd be very useful for certain types of content. Absolutely. And Cha-Cha is obviously better than like just a gray box, right, in terms of like her abilities. But you also always have access to Kiyohime and Darius and Spartacus and Blood Axe, and they're all, you know, when used in the right situations, they're just so much better than her. There's no point to use her other than liking her. Now that's a perfectly good reason to use her if you like her, but if you don't like her, and then you got Darius and all these other things, and there's just no fucking reason to ever use her for anything. She's completely pointless. And it's like, yeah, sometimes AoE Berserkers are crazy effective even if they're not a good AoE Berserker, but you know, Darius over there's got an upgraded NP, Buster resist down, Guts NP, you know, gain up, all these, you know, it's way better. She's basically just another Kiyohime. Like, really, that's what she is. And in a lot of ways, Kiyohime is better, so... Well, they're pretty close. But yeah, they're pretty, just because of the stat line, it's pretty close. That's hard to call. But like, you know, the thing is, if you like her, go nuts. I mean, the point is to try to make the units you like work anyway, so... But yeah, where I sit, it's like she's a generic AoE berserker that doesn't have anything in her favor, and I also don't like her. So, yeah, she's about as low on the totem pole as they come. As much as I don't like her, though, I think they should buff her. It doesn't make any sense for her to be that pointless, like, as a unit. So I'm like, yeah, why not buff her? I'm always advocating for them to buff Kiyohime, and I don't like her either. It's like Kiyohime. Oh boy, I wasted a lot of damage on that one. That didn't work out the way I wanted. Just swap some of those buster cards around. Really, and it's like, okay, I always say this, you don't need to make every unit pushing the envelope for their rarity. You don't. Kiyohime does not need to be, like, pushing the envelope for the best, like, budget 3-star AoE Berserker. If she, at the end of the day, kind of ends up in the middle, that's fine, whatever, right? You know, trying to push the envelope all the time can really make problems. But she needs to at least have a niche, right? Where she's not inferior in basically every aspect possible, right? So give her something, for God's sakes, right? And like, what I always say, it's just obvious. Just give her an upgraded NP. You don't even have to add another effect to it, although that would be nice. But like, holy shit, just upgrade her NP, and that at least gives her like, okay, she's got an upgraded NP, she's AoE, decent stat line, has a lot of damage up skills. Good enough, right? But they're like, no, she has damage up skills, but no upgraded NP. And then you have other units that have upgraded NPs and damage up skills. It's like, okay, yeah, this is really fair right now. I'm sure they'll buff her eventually, though, because she is pretty popular, so I'm sure they'll get around to it at some point. They probably will buff her NP, I would think. It's like the obvious thing to do, right? It's really obvious, so... and if they just slap some kind of secondary effect on it, I think she'll be, you know, in pretty good shape. She still probably won't be like, oh my god, meta, outside of when you want just that AoE burst damage. But sometimes you're gonna want that, and it'll be a lot easier to make her work if you want to just use her because you like her. I mean, Darius is in good shape right now, I'll also say that. Like, he was already in good shape, and then they gave him an upgraded NP, and then they gave him Buster Resist down for the whole team and for 3 turns for some fucking reason, and so yeah, he's looking good right now. I've grailed both Mecha Lizards on the same account, that's kind of fun. Yeah, she actually is the only unit in the game where you can have 3 of her out at the same time, which is pretty unique. Not that, the thing is, it's not very meta to do that. Like, obviously, if you need an alter ego and you have 3 of her, like, it'll work out. All 3 of them can NP pretty quick and they'll make a lot of stars and blah, 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 blah. But you're probably better off with just, like, you know, summoning a friend's melt or then using Hans or something, right? Like, it's not really going to buy you any unique value, but it's fun to do, right? And, it's something only she can do, so it's, you know, neat. A lot of times you probably only want 1 Mecha Lizard and then like summon a different alter ego and then have Aura support. Because I gotta say, I'm pretty sure I said this in my tier list video, Mecha Liz is fine, but the only reason she's like good and kind of useful to the player base is because she is an alter ego. If you made her basically any other class and then sized her up to that competition, she would kind of suck. Like, I hate to say that, but it's like, she's not that good. She does not have an upgraded NP, she has damage up skill, but it's not that strong. There's a lot of other units that have better damage up skills and an upgraded NP. And then she doesn't have that much survivability. You know, her default NP gain is kind of meh. The only thing it kind of in her favor is her deck, if you need that kind of deck, which a lot of times you don't, but sometimes you like it. So overall, she's kind of meh, but she does do the player base a lot of good because she's free and she's an alter ego, and every once in a while you just really need an alter ego, and then she's kind of the go-to one because of that. And you know, she's serviceable, certainly. It's not like her kid is trash or anything. She's not Phantom. I mean, good God, she's better than Phantom, but But yeah, it's like if she was a rider or a lancer or something, there'd be almost no use for her at all. I think there would be no use for her at all. I can't think, aside of liking her, but like in terms of like practicality, I can't think of any reason you would ever use her if she was a lancer. Like there's other, you know, rarer units that are better than her, and there's a lot of like freebie units that are better than her, you know, like Ku and things like that. I guess the one thing she would still have going for her is just use a welfare that has a battery, right? And sometimes batteries is like all that matters, because you don't need that much damage, and you just want to get your NPs nice and snappy, like on turn 1 and things like that. And so she'd be kind of useful for that. But other than that, there's really no reason to use her. I had somebody disagree with me on my tier list, by the way, in a really weird way. And now they weren't rude about it, so I have no problem. You know, disagreeing is fine. But so and this was on Twitter, which was interesting. This was one of the weirdest. This is not the kind of thing I generally see when people are like, I don't agree with this. They thought Ku should be higher on my tier list, and I'm like, it's hard to be higher than, you know, the top. By the way, it's like. Literally, I only put David in front of him, but they're on the same tier, so it's kind of like, you know, apples and oranges in terms of, you know, when you want one. And he was basically saying I was undervaluing Ku in my assessment of him, and I'm like, I don't really think so. Anyway, and the other thing was he was saying Columbus should have been like really high tier, because in his words, it's because Columbus is almost just as good as Drake. And I'm like, okay, first off, outside of farming, Drake is a little bit limited in her usefulness, right? She's good, but you know, outside of farming, she's a bit niche, I would say. And I like Columbus, don't get me wrong, and he's a nice budget unit, absolutely. He is not at all up there with Drake. That's just because on a surface level, it's like, hey, they both give the team attack up and NP up. They're the same, right? No, they're not, because Drake has won a way higher stat line, and so for just like bruiser stuff that you might want on the team, she is light years ahead. And then she has this little thing, this tiny little thing called a 50% battery, which is kind of the magic number, right? So Columbus is good, and he has his uses, but oh my God, is Drake a million times better than him? That's just not comparable. Like, don't be silly now. And I can say this from a budget player, I don't find Columbus that useful that often. Every once in a while, he's really nice and he gets the job done. You know, his NP hits decently hard, he can get it fairly easily, he's got a chunk of survivability, and he's got the buster thing and stuff, and he has some team support. But a lot of times, if you're just wanting like support, you're better off with a lot of other options. I mean, hell, if you're trying to do like a crit thing, like a star bomb thing, you might even want to use Black Bart instead of him, for God's sakes. That depends though. But anyway, in terms of just like raw AoE damage for like a rider, you're probably gonna look at like Medusa, and she's got a battery as well. So it's like, he's useful, but you know, he's just okay. He's just a solid 3-star, and he gets, you know, if you need an AoE rider and you like him, he'll get the job done. That's fine, but he's certainly not. He's not a meta low star, right? He's just not. And you know, sure, maybe he gets buffed down the line and then he is, but like right now, I'd say he's nice, but really nothing special. Let's see if Herc can get lucky here. I'm gonna taunt him so he gets. Although, let's be real, if I don't kill this guy this turn, which I think I will, but if I don't, he's just gonna remove all my buffs. Oh yeah, he dead. Oh yeah, he fucking dead. And I can even use more. Oh yeah, I can use. Never mind, we can just have Mordred blow it up. What am I doing here? I have 80% crit and all that. And obviously a lot of people aren't going to have Drake, and so maybe they want a unit like Columbus, and that's totally fair, right? But there's no justification for saying Columbus should be super high tier because, you know, he's similar to Drake, but, you know, worse in basically every way. That logic doesn't really hold up in my book. But that was funny though, it's just that I've never seen somebody just, every time someone disagrees with my tier list placement, it's either a weird nitpick or just nonsense, or, and this is what I generally see, it's normally they don't agree with BB, Herc, Ku, but they think Ku should be lower. Like, generally think BB should be higher, Herc should be lower, Ku should be lower. What's the other big one? There's a couple other divisive ones on there that I'm struggling to remember. But there's and Baldi, and people think Baldi should be higher. But yeah, those are like the hot topics that I see a lot. Not you know that often, but generally when people are saying stuff, it's that. No, actually I think most people are kind of got where I was coming from with Miyu. I really stand by my Miyu placement. It's like she's useful. It's just a lot of other things are way more useful, like way more useful, right? She's just kind of, you know, if you like her and you're wanting to get some battery and stuff, you know, you can do it. You know, and it's not gonna like drag your team into hell, but it certainly isn't gonna lead them into, you know, heaven, right? Like, you know, I think people have a really hard time distinguishing between something being meta and then like, you know, being dog shit. It's like it's always one or the other, where it's generally, you know, there's a lot of middle ground here. Sometimes there are some uses for Miyu where she can be better than Hans, but that's very, very, very niche. And most players that might have a team that would want that quick on-demand battery instead of Hans would be a team that would probably have something better than Miyu anyway. So why the fork would they actually use her for that, right? I guess I'll just like her, but you know, other than that, you know, there's not much practical reason to use her over something like Hans. Like, Hans is normally better. Also, I have to stress this again, Miyu is not terrible. Not being meta and not being amazing does not make you terrible. You know what makes you terrible? Being Phantom of the Opera. That's terrible, right? You want to tell me fucking Miyu is terrible when she at least does, you know, some degree of support and healing and star gen and she actually gives battery? You think fucking Phantom does any of that? You know, every fucking time I have to use Phantom of the goddamn Opera on a godforsaken team, do you think I'd be happy to switch him out for Miyu? Because the answer is yes. Because at least she can make somebody else do something. Phantom sits there and waves and just shits, right? He just does nothing. He's in... God. Like, I'm not exaggerating when I say there is one stage in the entire game where Phantom is kind of good, maybe, on a budget team. One. And when I say kind of good, I don't mean meta. I just mean he's not absolutely terrible, right? Like, there's one stage where he can kind of do something, right? That is such... Do you realize how low of a bar that is? Like, do you know how easy it is to make, like Columbus, like we were just talking about, to at least make Columbus useful? Not necessarily meta, but at least for him to be useful. There's just countless stages where that's going to happen. There's one for Phantom. One. And it's not even... He's not that good there, right? It's just he's okay. You know, and same thing with Miyu. It's like, Miyu is never going to be the support, unless they buffer. But like right now, Miyu is never going to be the support that's just like, oh, wow, look how good Miyu was. She did so much, right? No, she's never going to be like a support carry. But she still does things that are objectively good and are still very useful and very easy to get value out of, right? She heals the team, she gives them stars, and she gives someone battery. Those are all so good that as a baseline, that's good enough not to be dog shit. Of course that's not good enough to be like better than Hans or Mash or Chen Gong or Mozart. Like, of course not, right? And then the fact that she hurts herself is not great, but it doesn't really matter, because it's like she at least heals her teammates, and then if you need her to stick around, you can use Guts, and if you're like, God, I just want to get what little value I can out of her, then have her die and cycle, it's actually a good thing she hurts herself, right? What little she gives the team is enough to not be terrible. If your barometer for terrible is that, your barometer sucks. It's just that simple, right? Because battery is good, healing is good, stars are good, right? All those things are good, she gives all of those things, and she has enough survivability to not die instantly, even with her hurting herself. There's no world where that's bad. If you think that's bad, you are stupid, right? That's it. Like, how can you act like battery, healing, stars are bad? That's like the baseline of what you want out of a fucking support. But you can argue, oh yeah, but Hans does all that better, and for the most part, that's true, right? And that does make her fairly, meh. But that doesn't make her terrible, right? Terrible is, you know, when you try, it's like Jekyll and Hyde. That's terrible. Well, he doesn't do anything. Everything he does is so useless. You have to work so hard to get any damage out of him, and it's so far behind. Like you can just bring such a, like, I always talk about how Jin K is pretty, right? But it is so much easier to make Jin K blow up something than it is fucking Hyde. Like, it's like, oh, wait a second, let me transform and do no damage. Give me a second. I gotta wait until next turn to then cast my skills. Okay, now I'll do a bit of damage. Like, that's fucking shit. Like, it's so shit. Where, you know, Jin K, on the other hand, which is, you know, kind of, you know, she's pretty meh. But it's not like she can't blow things up. She can, you know, she does baseline damage. You need to blow up a Rider or a Berserker, she can do it. Yeah, she's not gonna do it with flying colors. She's not about to do better than 100 Face or Shiki or something. But again, it's like saying Jin K's terrible is just dumb. Like that's just no barometer for what terrible is. It's like that you're basically saying something isn't meta and therefore it's bad, right? That's stupid. Jin K is not bad, she's just not that good, right? Bad is Jekyll and Hyde. That's bad, right? God, can you imagine trying to use a budget team? Budget team, mind you, right? So like we made some budget videos. Remember, we made some budget videos for Jin K and 100 Face and Matahari and stuff for like the Ivan fight. And like the Bull of Heaven. Can you imagine trying to do a budget setup for Bull of Heaven with Jekyll and Hyde? Like, it's literally not gonna happen, right? But you can slap Jin K on a budget team for Bull of Heaven and it will be fine. Yeah, she's not gonna do as well as 100 Face. Absolutely not. But she'll do a chunk of damage. She can probably break at least a health bar, right? And it's fine. It's like, yeah, she can be worth her weight, you know, even for a tough boss like Bull of Heaven, right? And just like Miyu, you can fight a tough boss, and I've literally done this on stream multiple times now. You can fight a pretty tough boss. It's a totally budget team. You know, the only thing you're using that's higher rarity is Miyu, and it'll work fine. You can still win just fine. Are you gonna win as easy as if you use some of the other supports out there? Probably not, but it's actually going to work. You know, and if you replace that sentence of use Miyu on a tough boss with use, I don't know, Phantom on a tough boss, all of a sudden it's not looking so good, is it, champ, right? It's like, people's barometer for what is bad in this game is just, it's terrible. And it's because most people like to have opinions about this game and they want to blurt out what they think is good and bad, but they don't want to actually test anything, right? It's you know, Source, trust me, dude. I had to do that stupid Limbo fight, or Lobo fight with Miyu. Y'all remember that shit? I had to do, and I ended up doing like every other boss that had available to me for the tier list video with her. Like I actually did that shit, right? That was so dumb, but you know, it worked, by the way. And it's like, you gotta actually use things to get an idea of, you know, are they gonna be useful or not. Now, most people, when they're talking about Miyu, what they'll say is, and I agree with them, is there just is so little reason to use her over anything, right? It's like, yeah, she might, you know, she has battery and some healing and some stars and blah, 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 blah. But, you know, Hans does most of that too, right? And so it's like, and everybody has Hans, right? So why bother with, you know what, this is kind of cheating, but I'm going to do it. Let's see, we'll do, I don't even know what I'm fighting right now. Wait, whoa, wait a second. Is this Godjuna? Where are we in the story right now? Let me just back this up. Okay, this is not I think this is Godjuna, but this is not the big fight with him, because the big fight with him has Limbo in it, so you have an alter ego. I don't think what I bring matters then, unless you have to like break his first health bar or something, but I don't think we have to do that. You know what? We'll bring Quetz, why not? Fuck it, we'll, throw people in the air. By the way, I'm not a huge fan of Quetz, right? I don't like hate her or anything, but like she's kind of whatever in my book. But to this day, I legitimately think her NP animation is pretty cool, right? The whole like Firebird thing and all that is pretty badass. All right, let's cycle something. We're just gonna make her do a lot of. There we go. That's fine. That's no context for saying two other units are really, really good does not make another unit bad. That's like saying that guy's fat, therefore I'm skinny. Doesn't work that way. This surely must be Godjuna though, unless I'm just out of my mind. That was a good Sanson right there. No, I was talking to you, Rex. I wasn't talking to you. But no, I mean, I agree she's meh, right? And it doesn't make sense for her to be that meh. What I really find funny, too, is she's a collab limited time unit. And then, you know, that's a lot of incentive. That's a lot of incentive. Hey, thank you for the raid, man. But that's a lot of incentive for them to make a unit, you know, useful. Okay, this is... Man, fuck! I thought this was one of those throwaway fights with Godjuna. Now my team doesn't make any sense. God damn it. Feels bad. We could have brought, like, an actual team. I was just like, yeah, here, we'll have Rex's Quets do a lot of LOL NP damage, and then, you know, we'll just move on real quick. But now this is a trash stage. God damn it.
Merry bad end, Dana.
見ていてね。
どこへ行く、ドリアーデ。
No, I understand what you're saying. It's just what you're saying is dumb, so. Okay, bonk him. Oh god, it's one of these stages again. I mean, I wouldn't go as far. See, here's the thing. People, this is my whole problem with this player base, right? And also how like video game reviews are done, right? It's either shit or it's 10 out of 10, right? That is such a dumb barometer, right? It's just like IGN. Everyone acts like if it's 7 or lower, it's a terrible game, right? And then 8 is like acceptable but pretty flawed, and then 9 is good, and then 10 is really good. That is the stupidest fucking barometer. What is the point of all the other numbers, right? It's like your barometer for a unit isn't bad, good, broken, right? It's so stupid. I remember people, like on my tier list video, just going on about like people in B tier, like I'm saying they're bad. How is B tier bad? You go A, B. Wow, we're already in bad. Like there's a reason in that video I kept saying B does not stand for bad. That doesn't... It's so stupid to think that way, because the whole point of S tier, right? And they didn't even... S tier was something that didn't even exist a long time ago, right? You know, as people would make lists and rankings and stuff, that's something that kind of started getting added. You know, I was like, oh, hey, look at something going even beyond A. That's what S is, right? You know, A is top. You know, A, B, C, D. Don't make me go Nicolas Cage on you here, right? So A is at the top. And then S is this like, whoa, this is really, you know, this is like just beyond even what you would expect to be the top, right? That's S. So S isn't like a standard, right? You don't measure everything up to S because S is dumb. S is broken, right? So you've got S, which is complete bullshit, OP nonsense, right? And then you have A, which is just top of the line, you know, this stuff is great, you know, best in its role kind of thing, right? And then B is like still really good. It's just not the best in its line, right? It's like it's just right under that. But it's still really good, right? You can't go from just top of the line to garbage, right? Like wow, way to it's like having a review score be either 1 star or 5 stars. That doesn't make any sense. Like that's dumb, right? And so I put when I do rankings and stuff for these things, I put a lot of effort into the nuance of things, right? I try not to just be like this, you know, black and white. Oh, it's good. Oh, it's bad. You know, because there's so much in between that. There's so much in between a unit being the best in slot versus, you know, being Phantom of the Opera. There's so much in between that. And then you also have a lot of units that are going to be like good, but maybe only in a niche or something, right? They're not going to be, you know, good all the time, but then sometimes they're extremely good, right? So there's a lot of room for units that are, you know, literally top of the line, but only sometimes, versus units that are almost always top of the line or always extremely high performing, you know. So there's just a lot of room for these things. But it's because people get so... it's like they want their favorites to be the best, right? And then if they think they're not the best, you know, they want them to be buffed, so then they're terrible. I feel like when things go on long enough, you have communities go on long enough, everything turns into IGN, right? Like if a thing is going long enough, everything turns into IGN, and like you have scores and people's like barometers for things get inflated with time. and then it just becomes useless, right? It's like review scores in the modern era are basically pointless. Like they've lost almost all meaning because people forgot that 5 is supposed to be average, right? If you have a scale of 1 to 10, this is an objective thing. This is not subjective. If you're going from 1 to 10, 5 is in the middle. And I swear people have forgotten what the word average is. It's like they ask people how good of a driver they think they are, and you have like 95% of people answer that they think they're above average. It's like, okay, well, everyone's a fucking idiot then, because that's not what average means. People have gotten in their head that average means bad, right? When average literally means, you know, the average. It's the, when you take, you know, it's the middle, it's the typical, it's the, you know, baseline, it's what you normally see. An average driver means the driver, the typical like skill range or whatever of the driver you typically run into on the road, right? That's average, right? But people have just gotten to this point where like 7 is average, right? It's like, what the fuck is that? And then like 1 to 7 or 1 to 6 is like a barometer of how bad it is. It's like, okay, this is pointless. So this is why, and this is why a lot of experienced devs that, you know, have, like, they've been in the industry for a long time, because seriously, there's some devs out there that have worked on so many video games and for incredibly long periods of time, and some of them just get burnt out, and it's kind of funny, and they just kind of quit the industry because it's, you know, it's just so much bullshit in this industry. But most devs that have been, you know, in the game industry for a really long time will say this: you cannot just give players what they say that they want. You cannot do that. You have to be able to distinguish between good feedback and bad feedback, because the community as a whole is always going to give you really stupid feedback that wants everything to basically just be handed to them. They're always going to fight against friction, but then they will ruin the game for themselves and have absolutely no fun. And so you have to be able to balance these things, right? Generally, as you say, the community will always want things to be broken. They always want every new unit. Let's say you add a new waifu or something, or just a character that's really popular, like Saber Karna, things like that. People are always going to want it to, because it's new and they like it, they want Karna to be like one of the best sabers, right? Or they want, you know, the new support to be, you know, better than Merlin and Castoria and stuff, right? They always want that. They always want, because they always want it to be the best if they like it, right? They want it to feel like they can use it all the time, or blah 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 blah. But you know, there's an obvious, you know, real problem with this line of thinking, and that's that you're always going to be power creeping constantly. And then you're going to have massive balance problems with, like, you know, how tough the bosses are, and how, like, new players get to see old content. And then, you know, if you're just always power creeping yourself, you're going to break your game very quickly, and it's going to get really convoluted and stupid. By the way, that's what happened to the card game Yu-Gi-Oh! Just by the way. And this happens to a lot of games. This happens to a lot of fucking games, where, because the community is always asking for the latest and greatest to always be pushing the envelope, and then a lot of times what devs try to do is they try to make, you know, something like Merlin. When they added Merlin, and they've talked about this a little bit, they wanted Merlin to be like on par with Waver, right? So, but they kind of were pushing it a little bit, trying to make, because Waver is so hard to be on par with, way back in the day, right? When Waver was the OP support. It's really difficult at that point to make a new unit that it would be good enough to be on par with him. And they accidentally made a unit that was better than him, right? And this has happened a lot. And they even said that in an interview where they were like, yeah, I think we went too far with Merlin. And now when you make Castoria, they're trying to make a support that's on par with, you know, Scatty and whatnot. And then they end up going a bit too far, and they end up going farther than that, right? That's bad. So now you get to this point where you have something as broken as Merlin, where you have the player base now saying it's Merlin's not good anymore. Like, you realize how big of a problem that is? Because it's not like Gwaine and Camelot has changed. It's not like the average challenge quest has changed. None of these things have really changed. You know, yeah, sometimes they make challenge quests to specifically counter Merlin and Castoria and stuff, but that has a lot of other, you know, negative effects and stuff. This is no way to make a game work in the long run. If you want a game to survive 5-10 years, you have got to future-proof it. You've got to be careful about power creep. You've got to, you know, try to not be constantly pushing the envelope. And I would say, as a whole, sure, maybe the vocal minority of people are always going to be shouting from the rooftop saying, oh my god, I can't believe this new 5-star support is only, you know, kind of in the range of Waver. Wow, what a noob, right? You're always going to have that, and you're going to have these people that act like if you can't use something for 3-turn farming, which it's absurd that we're even in the realm where you're expected to be 3-turn farming all the time. It's like... that minority of people is always going to exist, and you need to fucking ignore them because they're stupid and they're really bad for your game, and most people, it's not applicable to them, right? And I think that's something where FGO is pretty lucky. You've got that vocal minority of people that act that way, but there's such a large community for FGO of people that just want to use their favorite servants, maybe in combination with a few servants that make sense to support them, and just, you know, enjoy the main story and enjoy the game and blah. I mean, they just want units to be good enough. They're like, okay, my favorite character is David. I want David to be good enough because I want to build a team around him. I can, right? Thankfully, there's so many people. By the way, Godjuna, I think, is the one shooting us in the face there. What a dick. There are so many people like that in the FGO community that, you know, generally things are fine, and they're not like when they add something like I don't know, Vertra or something, who's kind of just, you know, in the middle, you know, solid AoE Lancer, but not really anything game-breaking, although LOL, of course, they made her, like, synergize with Castoria perfectly. But anyway, you know, people are generally okay with that. You know, they add a lot of characters into FGO that are like, yeah, they're good, and they do their role as a DPS or a support or a tank quite well. Maybe they're not the best tank or the best DPS or whatever, but yeah, when you're, you know, when you're in the right situation, they'll do really well. You know, if you want to fight a, you know, a main story boss fight or whatever, and they're counterclassing, they're going to do great, right? And most people are happy enough with that, right? But you cannot be constantly, like, when they buff Miyu, you don't need to buff Miyu to be the best 4-star support that ever was. That's stupid, right? That you're just power creeping at that point. You don't need Miyu to, like, just blow all the lower supports out of the water. That's not necessary, right? That's literally not necessary. Also, Godjuna being a bad sport right there. But yeah, a lot of devs do, especially newer devs that don't have a lot of experience, they a lot of times just cave to feedback, and that's a huge mistake. That's a huge mistake. You've got to be able to distinguish between just bitching and, you know, unthought out, you know, knee-jerk feedback versus actually well thought out and, you know, because some feedback is very good, of course. Of course some of those players are going to give you really good feedback. But most players don't actually understand, like, what they even get enjoyment out of. They literally don't. Most people don't understand, like, the need of friction and those kinds of things in video games. They don't. They're always going to look to remove those things, and then they'll get bored and stop playing the game. That happens in so many games where, like, the players, you know, bitch against, like, any kind of friction in the game, and then they get bored and they stop playing. I mean, countless MMOs and things like that have died because of that. I mean, just, it's such a common cause of, like, games to get, you know, boring and die. What's your opinion on Santa Quetz? I mean, she's fine. There's definitely better rulers out there. She can get the job done, though. I mean, she does what she's supposed to do just fine. But you know, ruler's kind of a weird class. Oh wow, we're almost done. Ruler's a pretty weird class, and in certain contexts, it's actually one of the best classes ever. But in a lot of situations, there's not much reason to use them outside of bringing a proper counter class. You know, so I feel like, you know, a lot of people are going to have her, and they're going to have a lot of other units that are just going to be more useful than her in most situations. But, you know, she is a ruler. She might be your only ruler, and there are times you meet in a lot of multi-class situations and things like that where she's good. But, you know, she's kind of like a weird DPS support hybrid. Certainly not the best in the game, but she's totally fine. So if I remember correctly, you literally can't lose this stage. You have unlimited guts. I think you're just, like, training. You're trying to get, like, Karna kind of used to shit again. But, yeah, I don't think what you do here matters at all, because you win no matter what. It's like, if Santa Quest was not a ruler, and let's say she was a saber or something, so when you were fighting a lancer, her performance is honestly really good. Especially for her welfare. But because she's a ruler, her, like, ideal situation doesn't happen very often. And that's kind of weird for a DPS. It's great for rulers make amazing supports, by the way, because supports don't need to do damage, but they're happy to not take a lot of damage, and that's exactly what rulers do. They take very little damage from literally everything in the game, you know, aside from Avenger and Berserker. And so that's great, but she's in this weird, you know, pseudo spot, so ruler's a very awkward class for her. But she's still useful. Like, she's still totally useful. Okay, let's see. And literally what we do just doesn't matter here. And we'll be cheeky and try to get the defense down here. Nope. Well, I guess you apply it anyway, but we didn't get the crit, which is what you really want there. But we got, I guess, yeah, that's right. You always apply the defense. Miyu is very easy to like fix up because her baseline stuff is fine, right? There's more of an issue of like value and numbers, and you could do some really simple things too, like making her art up team-wide. That alone would just that would make her way better, right? Like that alone would make her a significant amount better. Because here, let me bring up her page here. There's so many things in her kit that are fine. Like, yeah, sure, they're not Merlin tier and Scatty tier and crap like that, but that's, you know, that should never be your goalpost, especially for a 4-star. Like, Jesus Christ. The one thing, like Rex pointed out a long time ago that I do agree with, which does put her well behind Hans, is just the fact Hans, if he wants to, can slap his 3rd skill on someone, and then if Hans gets ganked, you still get value out of that 3rd skill. You know, the way she works, that doesn't happen, right? If she gets blown up immediately, you know, you're gonna lose that stuff. But she does have a gut skill, and that generally makes it. It's okay. So, and even against Hans, there absolutely are. Like, I'm telling you right now, because, you know, I try to keep things pretty budgeted in a lot of my videos. I already know there's a bunch of fights where, let's say I change the criteria of my videos, right? Especially when I try to do, you know, more budgety stuff. If, like, the one gold support I allowed myself to bring was Miyu, but so I still couldn't use Waver and Merlin, all this nonsense, I would absolutely use Miyu from time to time. Abso-fucking-lutely. Like, easy. There have been many of my setups that I could improve upon if I swapped out one of the low stars I was using for Miyu. Like, easy. Because, you know, low stars only have 20% batteries, they don't have 30%, and that sometimes just bites you in the ass all the time. Like, a 30% battery like that is pretty nice. You know, if she gets her NP off rather quickly, too, you can get quite a bit of extra NP going. Like, that, there's no low star that's on par with that. There just isn't. Like, that's not a thing. And then here's another reason why you might want to use Miyu as, like, a budget support. And this is huge. This alone is really big. It's niche. Oh my god, is this niche. But it definitely matters in some fights, is she has debuff immunity. There are some fights where that's like the whole goddamn thing. Like, for example, when you're fighting, you know, Zeet, for example, when you break his first health bar, he auto-casts, you know, a bunch of debuffs at the same time, right? Units that have debuff immunity can just get past that. That's great. And there's a lot of fights like that. It's niche, but that ain't rare, right? So that's certainly nice. She doesn't have the best debuff immunity ever, of course not, but the fact that she has it is a nice boon, because there is not a lot of, you know, budget units that are able to do that kind of thing, right? Like, there just isn't. And then she can do, you know, in terms of doing normal card damage herself, she completely smokes all of, like, the budget competition, right? Chen Gong and Hans, Mozart, Asclepius, ain't none of them doing any good normal card damage. That's not a thing. She actually can throw out some okay normal card damage. It certainly isn't, it's not nothing to write home about, and this is no reason to be like, oh my god, Miyu top tier, right? No, of course not, but it's something. It's a nice bonus. So she's got debuff immunity, she has some hard survivability with guts. It's actually quite rare on supports. A lot of supports don't have hard survivability. You know, she has buff success rate, and that's certainly nice, especially for, you know, Hans. And then she has a bigger battery than any budget team has. She's got the passive that gives her more battery. She has her NP, which gives her even more battery. She does a decent amount of healing. She makes a decent amount of stars. Like, these are all really good. The biggest problem is they're just not quite good enough to make up for the fact that, you know, she's not super tanky by any means. And her normal card damage is pretty meh, even though her first skill is completely dedicated to her doing normal card damage, right? So, and then she's pretty good at looping her NP, but she's not good at surviving looping her NP, right? See, that's like the main thing. But even if she hurts herself a lot and she dies decently quickly, you can get a nice chunk of short-term value out of her. Big chunky battery, some stars. I mean, really, she's going to get a tick or two off of her NP, right? That's a lot of NP for your team. That's way more than you get out of Hans. I love Hans and everything, but Hans is slow as fuck when it comes to giving teammates NP, right? On the initial turn, he gives them 0. And in the long run, he gives them 30%. Miyu gives them 30% immediately, and then she gives everybody 10% over time, right? That is a lot better than Hans on the battery front. That's a lot better than Hans, right? Yeah, of course that's not as good as Castoria. You know, Jesus, it's not even, like, she's not even in the running with Castoria and stuff like that. But you don't really expect a, you know, a 4-star to be doing that anyway. But yeah, it's like, yeah, she's not great. She's not great. She's not some god tier unit, but acting like she's useless and bad, you know, it's just, that's silly. Like, she absolutely is usable. And seriously, if I was on like an account that I was keeping things completely budget, but the only like 4-star I could use was Miyu, I absolutely could get use out of her. Easy. Like, fucking easy. I'd be using her quite often, actually. where there's a lot of other 4 stars. Where if you had an account where you're keeping everything budget, but then the one thing that you can use is X, Y, or Z 4 star. There's a lot that are less useful than that, like a lot. And the reason why I bring this up, you might say, well, what's the point of that? That's such an arbitrary restriction. It's not an arbitrary restriction because it's like a way of representing almost any account in any circumstance. And if you can beat it with this, you can beat it with almost anything. Because if you do like, oh, I'm only going to do 1 to 3 stars, or just budget-friendly stuff, or only the support is something powerful, or whatever. Those are styles of setup that anybody can mimic, right? And it's like if you're like, oh, the one thing this account has is Miyu, like this other account, the one thing they have is Mordred or whatever. It's like, yeah, Mordred's going to be really useful. And yes, you could. Yeah, I just smacked my table, by the way. You can make Miyu perfectly useful. Like it's weird to me that people act like she's one of the worst units that ever existed when it's like she does so many good things. Yeah, I have like this really big desk and the legs are metal, and I just smacked the metal with my earbud. I was like moving it and it smacked it there. Now, on the flip side, anybody trying to say that Miyu is like some awesome, amazing support is out of their mind, and she clearly is not that. And she does, as I just mentioned, all the reasons she can be better than Hans. I can think of all kinds of reasons why Hans can sometimes be better than her, right? So it's not like she's really even better than Hans necessarily. She can be better than Hans. They're actually closer in balance to each other than you might think, to be honest. I do think Hans, though, has overall is better. But you know what? If her first skill was team-wide, I'd actually say overall she's better. Like, I'm serious. If you just made her first skill team-wide, I'd say, okay, now she's better than Hans. Like, overwhelmingly. I would say just that alone, I think, would put her quite a bit ahead. Honestly, third skill is really not a game changer. It's not. It's good. It makes Hans a lot better, but it's so fucking slow. Like, it's so fucking slow. That, like, literally, generally what people consider, good or meta or powerful is, on-demand MP, just boom, right? Hans doesn't even give you any until next turn, and it's only 10%. So you have to wait a turn, and it's only 10%. That really is not that good. Like, I like Hans, and he has a lot of usefulness, absolutely, but that's really not that awesome, right? It's nice, and the reason why it comes across as awesome is because low stars are so battery starved that pebbles look like boulders, right? Like, it's like, oh my god, we've had like literally no way for on low star teams to get like some battery going. Oh my god, look at this godsend that Hans is. But that's just because low stars are so starved in that department. The stars is the better part, but he already did that, for God's sake. Yeah, it's nice he doesn't get defense down anymore, but overwhelmingly the best part of Hans' third skill is the stars. Because especially if you happen to have like 20-30, right? And so you do his third skill and you have 20-30 going. Now you got some crits going, right? Like pretty easy with pretty low investment, you got some crits going. And that is overwhelmingly the best part about Hans. And in fact, he also has a crit buff for the team. And then the really nice thing about Hans is because he can abandon ship and still be useful from the grave, right? If you have Hans use his first skill, his third skill, and his MP, and then he dies, you maintain most of the value that you got, right? And that's very handy. So it's like there's some, it gives you an out in case something really bad happens, or maybe using Poster Girl on him and you want him to die, right? There's all kinds of things going on here. So that's very practical, right? That's very, very practical, especially if you are doing low star stuff because you're dealing with lower health bar thresholds, and people can get ganked out of it. It's easy for Hans to get one shot, right? Buster crit by the boss, and there you go. And that's why if you want Hans to be like, if he's one of your favorite characters and you want him to be like a more stable support that you can really use, you actually do want to grail him some. So he can actually survive a hit and then take advantage of the healing that he has, right? Like, so like that's why like Pyro's Hans, level 100, he does great, right? Because another good thing about Hans is his cooldowns they're not too long. Right, and so that ends up working out really well. So Grailed Hanses can be quite nice, but non-Grailed Hanses are kind of big burst of buffs, and then kind of just gets out of there, and that's that. Yeah, basically bringing Karna back, and they're like getting Karna used to things again, and Ashes, yeah, basically punching him back to life. Yeah, pretty much. Alright, give me a second, I need water. Okay, we're gonna fight Godjuna though, like, any second. I think it might even be, like, the next stage, I swear. I thought it was sooner than this, but it's certainly soon. Oh yeah, it's, we're really close. So another thing that I think really throws off the player base's barometer on like what's good or not, or at least viable or not, is they see big numbers or they see loop and they think good, right? And a lot of times you'll have units, like you'll see a new DPS gets added to the game, 4-star, 5-star, whatever, and then people will literally throw every bullshit thing on them ever to try to make them perform better in like the short term or like in just a free quest or farming or whatever, and then people are like, oh wow, they're good. But generally, like, you have a lot of DPS or whatever that gets added, and if you give them like literally the best thing you could possibly give them, almost anything in that field would be able to do that, right? If you do like, you know, double Castoria, Nero Bride, or Waver or something, you know, and then you've got like the best CEs you can possibly give these units, you know, almost any art unit is going to do incredibly well, right? So that's not a particularly good barometer. And another thing is you have things like Jekyll and Hyde, where although he's not good and the amount of effort it takes to, you know, actually, you know, pay off his damage debt is ludicrous, you can get big normal card damage out of him. Absolutely. You can get like 200k crits without even, he doesn't need Merlin and stuff to do that kind of thing. But when you factor into that 200k crit the amount of like wait time, and he had to use an NP to do that, and the NP did 0 damage, so you deduct that from the damage. It's like, yeah, wait, this isn't very good actually at all. But when you look at it like on you know, quickly without really thinking about it, it's like, oh wow, see, Hyde can do really well, right? But it's like, not really. And that's what I always say about, like, with Baldy, right? It's like a lot of times when people try to say Baldy's good, they point to like, you know, Baldy with like Waver, Double Scatty, Poster Girl, you know, Star Bomb CEs, you know, K-Scopes, you know, just the top of the line stuff. And yeah, he gets the job done, but he still doesn't do it really any better than a lot of other quick units could do with comparably, you know, powerful setups. So it's like, yeah, Baldy can work, but is he like meta? No, of course not. Like, not even close. Now, Baldy, though, I don't think is bad. This is something, you know, it's kind of a meme that he's bad. He's not bad. Baldy is not bad. He's wonky, and he's very difficult to use on a budget team. And I would say, like, for this account that I'm playing right now, that has so few units right now, right, it's in mostly low stars, Baldy would be bad for this account. If I could just snap my fingers and have a 70 Baldy, you know, 10-10-10, would not be very useful, right? It'd be okay, you know, it'd be an okay backup unit, because I only have, like, one DPS Lancer right now. But it would not be that helpful at all. I could get more use out of just a Proto-Coup or a Deermid even, right? Because at least Deermid's got an upgraded NP, survival skill, you know, buff removal, that you can kind of just, you know, for just nuke boss real quick in a standard setup, that'll work just fine. Where, you know, a lot of times Baldy, he needs such specific handcrafted stuff to get anywhere. For typical value, he is actually pretty bad. But there are setups that do work with him, and he can be useful. I don't think he's really ever meta, though. But I mean, Baldy is so much better than Jekyll and Hyde, right? It's just not even comparable, right? Like, he's so much better than Jekyll and Hyde. They have some similar issues, but Baldy is just better, and by quite a lot. Oh, this is it. This is, oh god, okay, we need to shut up and stop talking about bullshit no one cares about. Alright, I think, didn't somebody say they wanted to see if we could use Saber Carney here? I'll try if someone has one. I don't know how that's gonna work, because I really have to stress this account, you know, it doesn't have the means to just do whatever it wants, because it has so little things leveled. But, you know, no harm in trying if someone's got a, because my Saber Carney right now, I think it's just level 70 or 80 and like 111 and that kind of crap. So if somebody's got one that's like, you know, actually got decent skill ranks, he's still temporary? Oh, fuck. Well, rip that. Yes, because people were, I guess I could use this account's Santa Karna, but he's NP1, and no, I don't think anybody wants to, you know, size him up in a hard fight like this with just NP1. That sucks. I would really like to. That's right. I forgot when they're temporary, you can't use them like that. Damn. That sucks. Well, let's see. What do we want to do? We don't want to do anything, you know, that's just gonna make this trivial necessarily. We could always try to solo it with some of the more wacky units. I wouldn't mind trying Canis. I actually have not tried Canis here, and Ku can do it, you know, pretty solidly. So it'd be kind of neat to see Canis give it a crack. What else is there? Oh god, Steno would get so fucking destroyed. She has the right CE for it though. You know what? I kind of want to try Beowulf real quick, because I gotta say it's a real testament to how good Ku is, because this stage does not reward. It does not reward slower units. This stage is very much aimed at kill them before they kill you, because Godjuna just does so much damage. So a lot of units that do end up soloing it are things like Hijikata, some are Nobu, you know, Kualter. Although I've heard some people say Kualter really struggles here. I don't know. I haven't tried it. But you know, stuff like that kind of, you know, real, you know, they have some survivability, but they got so much burst, and a lot of them do really well. I wonder if Beowulf can kind of keep up with that kind of stuff. The main problem I see for Beowulf here is Limbo versus Limbo. That we might do that in a second. He would get destroyed by Godjuna though. But I do wonder if Beowulf can keep up with things like Hijikata and stuff. Now obviously my Beowulf is not as strong as he could be. He's level 90. He is 10-10-10, but he's only MP2. But I want to try that real quick. Let me give him some command codes. What really is going to make this tough for Beowulf is, one, I think he might need a higher NP rank. I think that really might be a big thing. And then I think Limbo is just going to be such a problem. I think Limbo is really going to give him a bad time. But yeah, I did try Ku since Ku got buffed, and Ku does a little bit better here since he got buffed, but it didn't change very much. It was actually one of the worst examples of Ku's buff, and the reason for that is like the way you cast Guts in that fight is just really different, and like the way the damage thresholds worked out, it just didn't really, its buff didn't do a lot. It removed a little bit of RNG. That's what it did. You basically do the exact same thing, and you win in almost pretty much the exact same amount of turns. It's just there's less RNG in it. That's it. And it's because like you don't want the attack up for Limbo, because you need to use Limbo as like a buffer and things like that. So Ku does better with his buff in this fight than he used to, and like I say, it removes some RNG at the end. It removes some RNG at the end. You don't have to get as lucky with crits, so that's good. But overall, your performance is almost exactly the same. Like, if things go well, it's the same. It's just things are more likely to go well. So, it's funny. This was one of the first bosses I actually did when Ku got buffed. And I was like, yeah, wow, that was really unimpressive. But also, I saw that it was, like, clearly not a good stage for, like, sizing up his buff. Ku's buff is kind of weird like that. There are just some fights where it doesn't really do a damn thing. But overall, I've used Ku quite a bit since he got his first skill buff. And yeah, he is a good bit better. Like, Ku is a good bit better, but there are times where it doesn't really do anything. Like, sometimes 20% damage or whatever is just, you would have broken anyway. But it's a nice option to have, because sometimes you're dealing with health bars and stuff where you're not going to. Yeah, I think I'll go with mine, Finn, because mine is level 90 and 10-10-10. I think that's more important than NP3. I do really wish mine was NP3, and I'm not going to lie, part of me wants to roll a little bit more to try to get him NP3, but I've used quite a bit of, I used like 300 SQ already, and I want to make sure I got a lot of SQ for when, do it, you coward, goddammit, Rex. But I really want to make sure I have a mountain of SQ when if he had Sir K and I get bad luck, I want to have the SQ to make up for that, and and make sure I still get them. I don't want under that 1,000 SQ didn't get Sir K. That's why I want way more than 1,000 SQ saved up for that kind of thing. And what if he had Green Knight or something, right? So I really want to be careful. Alright, I gotta do command codes, and we all know how fun that is. But I might give Canis a go here, just because I've used Ku here extensively, and Ku can do it, and that's great, but it really pushes you on value, and so it'd be really tough with Canis. But Canis is fucking good, man, so... I want to say Zaw has done it, and I think he said it was a fair bit of RNG, though, off memory. Which, that does not surprise me, because this fight is fucked. For solo, anyway. Especially for solo, and if you're not, like, a Berserker or something like that. Hey, King. Yeah, pity would be nice. A lot of games, though, don't have pity for, what do you call it? For 4 stars. Like, a lot of games don't have that. Like Epic 7 and Genshin, they both have pities, but it's for the 5-star. It's not for the 4 stars. Although some of those games make 4 stars a lot easier to get, so. Apparently DW's other game it's so similar to FGO, but apparently their rates on 5 stars are way higher. I think it's like 3% instead of 1% or something like that. Lost told me, but I forgot what the exact numbers were. Okay, well, we're gonna want burst damage, like, through and through here. Yeah, I guess that's the difference is, you know, Genshin just makes it so much easier to get 4 stars, but it's not, you know, it can be a weapon, it can be a it can be all over the place. Honestly, a lot of what I'm seeing from that other GW game really kind of just shows Aniplex's mindset, and it's kind of scary because of that. Dude, God, please change the command code UI. I know I say this every stream, but my god, it's just... It's painful, man. Trying to remember, I haven't done this fight in a little while. Limbo debuffs you, and some of those debuffs are pretty damn obnoxious, so maybe I want to give... I'll at least put debuff clear on his quick card, and we'll just kind of see. Yeah, it's been a while since I've done this fight. I do feel like Beowulf could do this if he was really ready to go, right? If he was like at least in P3 and you know, maybe level 100, stuff like that, you know, really upgraded. Because a lot of the berserkers that I've seen do this are ones that are, you know, really that upgraded and that kind of thing. Because I think he does have the kind of kit that you want. Like, he does. It's just, you know, there's a real numerical check if you're trying to beat this really fast. Because, you know, Ku just has so much survivability, even with Godjuna just doing so much fucking damage and removing your buffs and all those things. Ku can still, you know, kind of forcibly live for a decent amount of time. Where everyone else, the way they solo this is they just gotta kind of 1-2, boom, boom, Godjuna's dead, right? Most units just cannot live long here. It's not possible. You know, he removes your buffs when you break his first health bar. You know, his normal attacks can fucking one-shot you, right? So most units, there's no way to live a long time. Yeah, actually what's funny is Yang actually might still not be able to solo this, even though this is a lot easier. This is obviously, you know, foreigners have a massive advantage in this fight because the boss was Berserker and the boss was not scaled with counterclass in mind. But he hits so hard that I would not surprise me if Yang still gets just thrown out the window and dies. Now, I would think if Yang was truly upgraded and, like, you know, on level 100, 2k foe, MP5, you know, 10-10-10, all the good stuff, I think she could do it because she could most of the time at least live one turn if you get a little lucky, and then she does have an invulnerability skill and those kinds of things. But this hand fucking sucks, by the way. But man, that sucks too because we need to. If we have the Buster up and he has Buster down, and then he's just going to waste here. That sucks. Yeah, I think Yang might be able to do it, but I don't think it's half as easy as you would think. This boss just hits so hard. Abigail, I think, it would do a lot worse. Like, her toolkit is not. Her class might be right for this, but her toolkit is just completely wrong. See, I think if Beowulf is going to do this, you have to get lucky, and you need to have done a chunk of damage already, and you need to kill Limbo right now. Like you got to go that fast. If we have Guts go off and we've already lost, like basically we need to kill Limbo right now, and then you need to be able to blow up Godjuna's health bar, and then have him do the buff removal, and then he'll attack you and take your Guts, and then you use your Guts and the other Guts to finish off the last health bar. Like that's what you need to have happen, and yeah, I guess I have to do this. I hate using the skill here, but I pretty much have to do it because I just don't think it's going to happen otherwise. I think for Beowulf to do this, you're gonna need some. You want to save that skill for Godjuna like so much. But if you get lucky, you definitely could kill Limbo there and not you know, lost everything ever. You need to get some cards in your opening hand, pretty much. Like I mean, look at this though. We get double Buster up. I mean, my God, like that's really good. So it's literally, if we don't break here, it's just so mega GG, so we have to pretty much cast everything. What sucks is I can't use my third skill yet. Although there's probably a world where sometimes you win fast enough that you don't need the Guts, and you do use it for the crit up. There probably is a world where you do that. Wow. Man, yeah, I think Beowulf can do this. You just need to get lucky. Like, looking at the damage there, how much just one crit did, I think he can do this. You just need to get lucky. I think his win rate would be pretty crappy, though. But I do think it's possible. But yeah, if you don't break there, you lose no matter what. Because now we don't have Guts, and then if we cast Guts, he's just going to remove it, right? When we break his health bar, he removes all your buffs. And he can't remove the CE thing, so... I do think it's possible, but my god, you're gonna need some serious luck. Like, that's super lucky. That's how a lot of the Berserkers end up having to do it, though. I do think you probably would play, though, where you use his third skill, and you kind of just throw it away, and you don't use it for the Guts, use it for the crit up. I'll try a little bit more here, just to see, like, what kind of luck we can get, but I don't think he would have a good win right here. The thing is, he just has like a connection to the gods. He's not like in body. He's not like, they're not like all inside of him and stuff. It's quite different than how he is in the Lostbelt. Even Hijikata has some RNG here. Like, if Hijikata got literally no cards in the opening hand and then, you know, Limbo crits, he would lose too. There's a lot of RNG with this, with almost any Berserker, because very few of them have, you know... One of the only Berserkers that does really, really well here, kind of regardless of the RNG, is Herc, but that's because it's Herc. But now that Hijikata's been buffed, it's definitely easier for him than it was, like, for sure. Stop bringing... it's actually a really big mistake bringing Leonidas. Because the longer Leonidas lives, the more the boss attacks, and Leonidas lives way too long because he's counterclassing. Because like if he low rolls both times, he might even attack 3 times, and you don't fucking want that. I mean, look at that. He almost killed Beowulf before he killed a level 1 Leonidas. So yeah, I need to change that. Yeah, you've got to get a good opening hand. Like, there's no question. So I haven't tried Kualter, but I've heard mixed things. I know he can do it, but I suspect there's a lot more RNG than people think. Like, a lot of times people see videos and their barometer for detecting RNG is just trash. They see like a crit at the end and think that's like a barometer for RNG. It's not. Like, a lot of the solos for this fight are just RNG as fuck. And I do suspect that Kualter can do it, but I do think he's going to have some serious RNG, and especially because of the way his protection from arrows works. Like, remember that Kualter solo we just did the other day? That was so RNG, even though we did it like first try, because we had 2 times where we could have just instantly died because our protection from arrows was only 2 hits. Like, that's a big fucking problem. Because I'm telling you, that's the thing I just do not like about Kualter as a solo unit, or as a last man standing, is that he can get 1 turn. He can literally get 1 turn if the enemy, like, you know, attacks 3 times and the 3rd attack is like a buster. He can just instantly, you got 0 value out of his protection from arrows. Not even 1 turn. You didn't even get 1 turn out of it. You know, where Ku's protection from arrows will guarantee buy you 1 turn at least, right? That's so much better. And it, like, yeah, if you get lucky, that won't cap into Kualter and everything's fine. But sometimes you don't get lucky, and you know you just get blown up, and you have protection from arrows and guts go off in the same turn. It's like, oh, on turn 1, and it's like, okay, great. The problem with the anti-buff removal command code is, or mystic code, is just it's so bad that there's no point. Like, it's not, most units aren't going to synergize with that. I like how we need a really good hand, and we just every time it's this. Like, that's annoying. This is Mute City, which is from F-Zero. Which is pretty famous, but it's so old these days. I think a lot of people don't know about it anymore because, you know, Nintendo stopped making F-Zero games because, you know, I don't know, reasons.
皆さん戦いです。勇気ある振る舞いを。
Damn, that would have been really nice on Beowulf, but that's another reason why you have like there's just so much RNG. Like I'm really proud of Ku because Ku can do it without much RNG, and he doesn't need. Everyone else has to get like lucky and blow up Limbo and shit like that. Ku doesn't have to do that. But yeah, a lot of the ways Berserkers have to solo this, it's pretty goddamn RNG dependent.
自爆しかありますまい。呵責なくこのように攻めるのです。捨て物や。守ります。ひらめきましたぞ。
But yeah, Leonidas is bad because he gives Limbo more actions, which means Limbo could crit, and just there's so many things that could go wrong. I wonder if he counts as giant. Probably not, because most of what counts as giant is like kind of humanoidish big boys, where this Limbo is a ghost. I mean, I'll look it up real quick. You never know. Some weird things are giant. I'm sure he counts as large, like for Arthur, but I doubt he is giant for David and now Beowulf. Yeah, no, he's not. That's unfortunate. He's demonic though. He's demonic, undead, large, sky. All is not like plenty of niches there, but not for Beowulf. Let's see. Yeah, it sucks. You pretty much just have to use your second skill. Like, there's no. That's the only reliable way. And even with this, it's not that reliable. But this is like the only way I can see you. Like, otherwise, your chance of killing him in time is like 5%, right? Where this ups it to like maybe 50% or something. Right? I didn't get to crit twice on that turn. Yeah, almost every Berserker is in this boat where shit like this can happen, and then you lose. It's kind of funny though how it all lines up if it goes properly. Like Hijikata does not have a 100% win rate here, like not even close. Okay, I think it's enough Beowulf. I think he can do it, but oh my god, the RNG is insanity, and you might need to be a higher NP rank. I'm not sure. It would really help to be level 100 2K foe though, because then you need a lot less luck at the start with like Limbo and stuff. Because I'm 10 levels in 2K foe, which is basically 20 levels. That's a lot of normal card damage right there. Let's see. I do kind of want to try Canis. I would like to compare her to Ku and see how that's like. Baldi gets fucking annihilated here. It's sad. And no, Jin K, definitely not. Not even close. What do we give? Za, are you here? I'm kind of wondering like how RNG this was, because if it ends up being so mega RNG, I'll probably end up trying other things. But she obviously needs to get CE. But I'm gonna not, because Ku does really well here, but I don't want this account to get through it that way. Well, when we go to do this like for realsy, I want to just like use my actual stuff and see how we do. Let's see, Super Orion. The one problem Super Orion would have, and this is a pretty big problem, is he would lose all his buffs when you break the first health bar. So now if you get good RNG and you have the Gut CE, you could potentially like break the health bar, have the Gut CE go away, cast your own Guts, reapply your NP, and then win, right? So it's probably doable. Definitely easier at a higher NP rank, but that adds a lot of RNG because there's a lot more checkboxes that need to happen at specific times, right? You need to break that first health bar, still have your Gut CE, and then be able to NP again off of just like Godjuna attacking you, right? That's pretty rough. So it sounds like it's still pretty RNG. That's why I really like Ku, because he doesn't have that much RNG against Limbo, because he can just kind of weather it. He doesn't get like foobarred by Limbo. Alright, let me give her like the best command codes I can think of, which is going to take forever because command codes. You know, Godjuna against Godjuna would be interesting because his normal card damage is just so freaking high, but what would probably just shut him the fuck down is enemy Godjuna is just always, no matter what, immune to debuffs, which means he doesn't get his big damage boost, so I think he would probably be screwed. But he does have some of the things that you would look for in a Berserker for that kind of fight, like having Guts is really good and that kind of thing. And he actually has some ways to, you know, weather Limbo a little bit. Like, that actually would help him a lot. Some of his skills would let him survive an extra turn against Limbo without losing his Guts CE. And that's a pretty big deal. What Mystico would you use? I'm assuming Anniversary Blonde just due to the nature of this fight, but I could see Atlas being okay just because of the debuff clear. Actually, that is a lie. That's a lie. Or it's not true. Their accounts have been banned for things other than chargebacks. There have been a variety of things. Like, they banned the people that, you know, did data mining and stuff like that. There's been a variety of things people get banned for. And also, you have to remember, they're not going to publicize when they ban everybody. They normally will publicize things when they're trying to make an example out of people. But a lot of stuff, like, especially if there's a security breach, they're not going to fucking talk about that. Like, there's all kinds... They've banned people for some pretty strange things. And I really do not like this thing I've been seeing recently where people try to act like, oh, don't worry about it, they don't really ban... You don't know what they banned for, like, you're not DW. And, like, it's so bad to try to encourage people to do things that are against terms of service, because this is just the most normal thing ever. Companies will just randomly start enforcing things out of nowhere, right? It's like, and DW's even done this. They've literally done this, where they'll put out like a news thing where they start, you know, like cracking down on, you know, various things that are against terms of service that they weren't cracking down on before, right? So it's so bad for the player base to be like, you know, act like, oh, don't worry about it, it's fine, they really only banned for, you know, like, no, that's stupid. You don't know what the fuck they banned for half the time, and the companies, you know, can literally start enforcing the terms of service in any area at any time, and there's such a track record of companies doing that. You should always be wary of these things, and if you truly, you know, just do not want to have any chance of, you know, running into problems with these things, just don't do anything against terms of service under any circumstance. Oh my god, I'm actually really struggling to think of what command codes I want to give her, because there's so many options now when you've got, like, the Star Absorb and everything. Yeah, QApp is such a good example of that. That was something they had never enforced ever, and then all of a sudden they did. It's like, oh, it's fine, until it's not. And like with account buying, if they had the technological means, I guarantee you they would crack down on that. A big part of why, you know, they've cracked down on it a little bit, but the reason they haven't cracked down on it hard is because I don't think they actually have the means to do it right now. But if they actually did get the means to do it, I bet you they fucking would start enforcing that. So it's like, you know, anytime you do anything against terms of service, you know, you take a risk. And, you know, if you think the risk is worth it, that's fine. You know, I'm not telling you how to live your life here. It's just, I don't like the player base encouraging things. It's just like, I don't encourage people to grail for one reason or another. You know, generally when people ask me, hey, should I grail X? I always ask them a bunch of questions. I'm like, you know, well, you know, what do you value? Gameplay, character, mix of the two, you know, those kinds of things, right? Because I don't like these, like, blanket statements, because it's dumb. Like, and that's how you get people screwed over. And that's how people normalize attitudes. That's how you have people like normalizing, you know, emulators and 60 frames per second, all these things. Like that's where that comes from. And like, you know, Siegfried being bad, same thing, right? Okay, I guess we go just pure Star Bomb on Quick, and then I'm thinking Star Absorb on one Buster, and then Limbo is and Godjuna, I think, count as servants, so maybe we just do the Gilgamesh one on the other Buster card. That way we get some damage even if we don't crit. Limbo might not be a servant though as a ghost, but Godjuna is the one that's really important. But we're gonna need peak damage, so maybe we do go with crit. I'll try crit, because yeah, peak damage is... you know, burst is gonna be really relevant here. Alright, Gut CE obviously, because it's impossible without it for her, and for like almost everyone. Yeah, I always kind of do a mix of gameplay and how much I like them and stuff. Oh, Lostbelt for sure. Wow, 10-10-10, very nice. I need to test this. I need to test this. I want to test that against the Limbo fight. Not this one, but you know, the other one. I've been wanting to do that, and that's set up for that, so we'll totally do that later. And like I say, a lot of stuff that's against terms of service, I don't agree with it being against terms of service, right? But there's a difference between that and then like encouraging people, right? I try to, you know, if someone's wanting to get into FGO, you know, I kind of try to give them their options and tell them, you know how things are. Like if people are talking about like, you know, buying a starter account, you know, I'm gonna tell them, you know, yeah, generally it's fine, and historically it hasn't been seen to have been a problem. But, okay, I do not like... You know, I think I do this right now. I shouldn't have taunted with George, I should have taunted with Qingong. Like, that defense up can matter. Don't like this start. You know, that'd be cool if, they did a weird niche like that when she NPs, she gets buffed from... Oh, okay, well, that was a crit. I'm thinking I use our skills and then we try to kill him while he's becoming back. That's kinda like to... Maybe we go Atlas though instead, we'll see. But we need him to die. This turn is kinda nice even though we don't have crits, because at least it's gonna make him do garbage damage for a turn. Although maybe I should have done my second skill after, when I think about it. Oh god, I need to bring debuff removal. We're gonna have a million debuffs if I don't do something about that. I do think the Godjuna command code is gonna be really good on him. Okay, so I need to kill him, and I need to make as many stars as humanly possible. Man, I don't like that I have double NP down. I don't like that at all. Maybe I should have done Star Bomb on a Buster card, actually. Making another 2 stars here could really help. I'm thinking we're gonna want Atlas though, and the reason for that is because it means I can cast Invulnerability and not have Guts go off. I think I'm playing this wrong, because I think I need to use my 3rd skill, like maybe for damage cut. Although I might want to cast it right after I die. Yeah, I think we might end up going with Atlas Mystico, just because if I don't blow him up right now, we are in like some serious dog shit, so we're gonna be cutting this a bit close, I feel. It is funny though, with the attitude that I've seen from both DW and the player base, I do think Cadence is probably going to get up at some point. It might take a while though. My god. Oh, well, that's... Whew, boy. We just lost by 33 HP. I think we would have won if that didn't happen, right? Because he would have removed our buffs, and then he would have killed us there, Pup Guts, but then we could have Like, oh god, yeah, I think we would have won. Because, yeah, then we could have cast this Guts, then we could have cast all of our skills again. If we had done 33 more damage, I think we would have won right there. Wow. I gotta say, it's impressive that I don't know what her win rate is gonna be here, and I'm not actually sure I'm playing it in the most optimal way, because when you find the most optimal way, that'll give you the best win rate. Right now, I feel like the win rate's maybe kind of 50-50-ish, but I'm not confident I'm actually playing that right. I also might want to change my command codes around. You know, I bet you Zaw didn't have any RNG on that turn because he has the faux pause on his normal cards, and with the way crit multipliers and everything work, that's more important than her NP rank for that part. So I bet you Zaw had an easier time there. I see what Rex is saying. I see that shit. Man, if I just leveled up my fucking CE one more time, I think we would have broken there. I had a good bit of runs where Canis just didn't crit. Well, you probably didn't have good star bombs back then, I have to imagine, so that was probably not helping. Because as long as we finish with a Buster quick, I think we should be doing good on the crit part. But sometimes the damage might go really bad before that, and you might not be able to finish that way. So, we'll see. Very much dislike this opening hand. Honestly, I think most of the RNG for Canis. I'm telling you, man, this is why Ku's so good for this. Ku doesn't have that much RNG for Limbo. He doesn't give a fuck, right? Because any health he loses, you wouldn't have used for the Godjuna part anyway, and you can kind of just take your time and get your NP and set everything up. And as long as you have 1 HP, it's fine. And then Ku also has, you know, debuff clear, so. This is something I would like to mess around with, maybe play around with mystic codes and stuff, because it'd be cool if I could find a strategy that gives her a high win rate. Because on Ku, it actually took me a while to find the strategy that did have like the really high win rate. Because you normally get everyone in the mindset, oh, I gotta kill Limbo as fast as possible, right? But that ended up actually being bad. Oh, that's true. Canis can probably take her time to a degree here too. The main reason I'm wanting to kill him fast is because I didn't bring the anti-debuff command code. But yeah, she probably can be pretty similar to that. Although it is nice if you get through this and you still have your Buster up, although that ain't gonna fucking happen here. Okay. I think we need to get our NP. I think we can do this. I actually don't want her to double crit. If she double crits, I think she kills, and it's actually bad. Okay. I want her to crit once, though, which she didn't do. Okay, so that's the other problem. See, now I'm worried she's not going to kill him here. So yeah, I wanted 1 crit there. I wanted 1 crit, but I did not want, 2. But now I'm like, okay, let me think. So now we have NP down, I'm a little worried that we're gonna get our NP. I can see why, though, you might want to stall. Just like you stalled 2, you might want to do that with her. Okay, he's not gonna kill us, that doesn't really matter. Again, our HP is irrelevant. The problem, yeah, is that please don't debuff me again, that would just be so awful. That's alright. That's not great, but that's alright. This is decent. I am thinking we might want Star Bomb on a Buster card, though. Okay, so literally with no RNG, I can break his first health bar now if I cast her skills. So what I need, but whatever I cast is going to be removed, right? So I got to be kind of picky about this. No, there is no fucking way Mothman can do this. Like, this is such a bad fight for him. Like, he's not a short-term, like, when you break that first health bar, he is so fucked. The only way I could see him doing this is if he could, you know, have a gut CE, not go off, break the first health bar, and then somehow stabilize. I will say the one chance that he might have is the fact that the enemy is a berserker, so he gets to do counterclass damage, which is very rare for him. And Godjuna does have a high hit count. So if Godjuna has a high enough hit count that you can lose all of your buffs and have your guts go off and then NP, and then maybe NP again, then maybe he can. So actually, no, maybe Mothman can do this. It would be pretty wonky. Like, that would be wonky as fuck. But yeah, he might be able to. I was kind of forgetting the fact that because Godjuna is a berserker, Mothman can get his... He can get some pretty big damage in there. There's gonna be some serious RNG on crits though. Like I think the win rate would be pretty fucking abysmal, and I'm not even sure he could do it. It's really pushing it. But you know, level 100, 2k foe, all that stuff, that would help. Okay, so I could save those stars. That's tempting. We could save those stars, but if that 50-50 fails, I don't know. I should probably see this. So I think, unless I change my command codes, which I might need to do, we're just at the mercy of high-low roll. Like, we're just at the mercy of high-low roll here. I think we got it this time. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, gotta change the command codes. That's so annoying. Oh my god, that's so annoying. Like, she'll be so set if you can just reliably break that health bar, right? Because then you got 2 gut skills, right? You're good to go. But unless the second health bar is a lot bigger than I'm remembering. Oh yeah, he's got damage reduction. That's the thing he has. I forgot about that. But I don't know. I think there's a pretty good chance that Mothman might not be able to do this, but it's right on. It's on the edge. It's pretty borderline. I'm trying to think what command code I want. What we want is like peak damage. Like we want like we don't need the star absorb. I really don't think we need the star absorb. So I'm trying to think. I mean, there's you know, there's just the 20% Buster crit one, you know, that kind of stuff. If he's a servant, I should probably I should probably just give him the what the fuck, the Gilgamesh one. Jesus, I think he's a servant. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the flat damage one would do way less damage than we're already doing. That wouldn't be close. Like, it literally adds 1,000 damage, where what we have on there is 10% crit. 10% crit is significantly better than 1,000 damage. We need something that's like 15% increase or higher, preferably. That's true. That's true, Rex. Now, that wouldn't do any damage when we don't crit, and this is why I might try the Gilgamesh one, because once we break that health bar, we're probably not going to crit much. We might crit a little bit, but the Noob one, no joke though, would make that turn really easy. Like, and you know, we might crit some after that break, but I think we're going to be doing a lot of bruisery stuff after that. I bet you I know what Zod did, and I think I know why Zod was saying the crit was kind of random. I bet you Zod doesn't use the stars on the Mystic Code, and he saves it for the second health bar, and that's why there's I bet you that's because I off memory, his second health bar is still decently sized, right? And he still has that damage resistance. He has the damage resistance forever, and normal carding through that with Canis without crits doesn't seem very feasible. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I was just thinking through. I was like, that's the only way you'd be having crit problems, and the only reason you'd be having crit problems is if you need them later. So that must be that. So that means you definitely need to stall. Okay, we need to shift strategy a little bit then, because we're basically going to have to take our time on Limbo then. Like we're going to have to, and we're going to. Hey Mercury, thank you for the sub, man. 17 months, Jesus, I appreciate it. But so we're going to have to take our time against Limbo and maximize our crit without using the thing. So I think we need, I almost want to put Star Bomb on something then, like on art even, but I also kind of want to have buff removal. Maybe we do buff removal. I don't know, maybe we just suck it up. We just suck it up with the NP gain. Let me think then. The problem, if I wanted to do maximum crit damage and maximum Star Bomb, I'd have to put Star Bomb on art, and that'd be hard to kill Limbo with an art quick turn. But if I do Star Bomb on Buster, then you're at the mercy of low high roll again. Yeah, that's a good point, Rex. I should at least replace that one. That's a good point. Because that's just a 5% damage increase. It's not on, well, it's not on Limbo, but... And Limbo matters a little bit, but I don't know if it matters that much. But it might. If I'm trying to kill with the quick art combo, then I might want to make sure I'm boosting my damage against Limbo as well. There's a lot to factor. Basically, there's a lot of things that could work. It's which one gives you the best win rate is what I'm thinking about. Like, ideally, you'd want to be able to just Star Bomb an art card. You know, do the old shield bash, but, The thing is, we have to have some form of increased damage for Godjuna. Like it or not, we literally have to do that. Or you know, we're gonna be having low high roll problems. But now that we're not necessarily, because we're probably not making the stars, I almost want to stick with the Star Absorb then. That way, you know, we just, that every little thing we can do to push it in our favor, the better. So maybe we go Nobu and then Okita Alter. Because between the two of them, that's 40% crit damage up. And then at least the Star Absorb on the one. Which is probably good later for the second health bar. Because surely you're going to have to crit on that second health bar. Boy, I'm thinking her win rate... Okay, I got the command codes up now. I think her win rate is going to be a bit shaky. I can see why Zaw was having... When he said what he said now, I see now. But I'd love to min-max this and see what kind of win rate she can get out of it when you find the perfect thing. It's probably not going to be, you know, super high, but she could probably get an acceptable win rate, I would think. So far, for everything I've used personally, now, it's not really fair because I optimized the hell out of Ku. You know, I tested so many things, and I even did some of it on stream, right? It took me a while to figure out what the absolute best way to play Ku was. So I have not put the same level of, you know, effort into a lot of these other units, so it's not quite fair. But at the end of the day, when I did finally figure out what was the most optimal for Ku, his win rate was pretty solid, so I was really happy with that. But I think Herc probably has the highest win rate. I think Herc's win rate here is, especially if you summon one that's got his third skill buff. I don't understand. I literally have relogged twice, and I can't summon myself. Well, we got the other Canis there, but let's try to get mine here. What the fuck? I've relogged like 4 times. Game, please. Though, to be fair, Herc didn't have his third skill buff when this fight first came out, but, you know. But yeah, Herc is just... My god, he's so good these days. I have never tried this with Herc, though, especially since his buff. So, I might do that at some point, just to show off how broken the boy is, but, yeah, I'll say this. I don't think Mothman can do this unless you get ungodly lucky, and I don't know if he can do it at all. Just because, if I remember correctly, I think Godjuna has like 350k HP in the last health bar. And you're going down to 0 HP at the end. If you get hit, you have to somehow do 300,000 damage to Godjuna with Mothman and never have a gap on your NP. And maybe if you get lucky as fuck and Godjuna always does his super high hit count stuff, maybe. Let me look at Godjuna's hit counts real quick. Because you basically have to NP every single turn or you're dead. Like it's pretty much how that's gonna be. Hold on, that's right. His name is not actually Godjuna. It's Arjuna Ulter. Excuse me. Okay. Ugh. So his Buster and Quick are both 4 hit count. So that's pretty good. If he does that 3 times, you're looking pretty excellent. But his art is only 2, and then he doesn't always attack 3 times. So if he does attack 3 times with 4 hit count, you'll be looking pretty nice on your NP gain there, especially with good command codes and everything. But if he ever buffs or he does like double art or something, I mean, you're done. Like you're just dead. You will never survive a single hit from him after the health bar break. It's impossible, right? He's going to remove all your buffs no matter what, and you're going to be at like 1 health, and he doesn't have any healing. There ain't no you cannot survive a single hit from him. So you would have to have a way. Now you can do this. You could set it up where you break and you already have your NP, right? Like you can absolutely do that, and so you're at least safe for 1 turn. So that's good. And then you basically need to be able to get, you know, with that NP, you need to have, you know, the attack up, the crit up, and then get a crit and just, you know, end it really fast. You would certainly need to be a high NP rank, right? Because his crit up is based on his NP rank, and if you don't have a super big crit up, I think, God, it's pretty nasty. His stun doesn't work because the boss is immune. The gauge drain does nothing. You know, he's never going to get enough health to, like, it's pretty bad. There are a few things in his corner, though. He can take his time with Limbo. Anybody that can take their time with Limbo is looking good, right? That's a boon. So he can take his time with Limbo. He can remove Limbo's debuffs, so that's great. If you could set it up, though, where, like I said, you could break his first health bar and still have your NP, and then have a Gutsy, it goes off, and then you instantly cast your NP, right? And then if you get another NP, you get luck. That's what you would need. You'd need to at least get lucky there. After you NP, and maybe you do like art, then you would need Godjuna to attack 3 times, do high hit count, and maybe you get your NP again. Maybe you get the Merlin command code off cooldown, right? Maybe you get another NP. Right now you've got 2 crit buffs, and then you don't go for a 3rd NP, right? Because at that point the RNG would be way too high. There's no way you're getting that again. But then you go for stars, and you would hope with like double crit buff, double attack buff, that you can just kill him, right? But that's where the RNG is. There's no setup that you're going to be able to do here that's going to give you reliable crits. That's the problem with Mothman. His star gen is not particularly good, and normally you try to fix that by giving him like a limit broken 2030, but if you bring a limit broken 2030 here, the Godjuna will kill you when you break his health bar every single time, no matter what. So you'd have a massive amount of RNG on getting your NP second time, and you have a massive amount of RNG on critting. If those things happen, and that's enough damage to kill, then at least it's possible. If you do all that, and it's still not enough damage to even kill, then I don't think it's possible. Unless I'm just, like, really missing something. But yeah, like, at NP1, I think you're fucked. Oh my god, I don't think there's any way you're doing it at NP1. Like, that, I think that's way out of his reach there. Okay, decent opening hand.
ひらめきましたぞ。
俺は強い。てめえは死ぬ。お、いいんじゃねえか。
I think I do
いいんじゃ
that.
ねえか。おれ。それ。それ。くらえ。食って死ね。それ。
Yeah, I mean, even if he could heal back to full, which he can't, but even if he could heal back to full, his heal's never gonna matter. It's never gonna matter. Now, what would make him be able to do this boss pretty easily is if he could, well, maybe not easily, but be able to do this more reasonably is if he had buff removal resistance. That way he wouldn't lose everything. That's what fucks him up, is you could like build up a bunch of buffs and be all, you know, sitting pretty, but you lose all of them every time you break the health bar, no matter what you do, and that's the problem. If someone has a really good Mothman, though, I wouldn't mind trying it. I don't really like Mothman particularly, like the way, like, because he's just such a wonky RNG unit. But it'd be kind of fun to see, because I'm theory crafting here, but there's a lot of checks you have to get past to even get to what I'm talking about, right? He just might not be able to get to that first health bar reasonably enough for it to even work, right? He might just get blown the fuck up before that, and never mind, right?
うるせえな。
So we need to play the long term here.
お
But we need to get some damage in as
う
well.
る
So
せえな。
no, Limbo would not have a chance. He'd get destroyed. Unless he has buff removal resistance, and I forgot, but he would do so poorly against the Godjuna part. Although, in a dream world, if you get some really lucky crits, maybe you shred them that way, and then you're able to keep... If you're able to keep your double guts, right, into the next health bar, that's not so bad, but I am skeptical of that. I don't know, maybe ask Lost. Lost probably has a better gauge of his value right now. I haven't used Limbo that much, so... So if I could probably kill Limbo right now, but that might be a bad thing if I do that. If this might kill, I don't think this will kill. Oh shit, this might kill. That's right, it's not the attack buff. Okay, we're good. I don't know if that was wise of me though, because there's no real benefit in killing him before he NPs you. You don't. Nothing really happens. Like nothing special happens from doing that.
うるせえな。いいんじゃねえか。それ。それ。これで。どうだ。
That's unfortunate. The only good thing about that is maybe I crit now and make even more stars. Like I made stars last turn, so using those stars to crit to make more stars is I could get more than 27 theoretically.
うるせえな。おいいんじゃねえか。それ。それ。
Yeah, if I tell you though, I see what Zaw's saying. If you need her to crit here, but you also need to not use the star gen from the Mystic Code, that's really wonky. Like that's really fucking wonky. Because 28 stars is such a like yeah, you could get a double crit, sure, it could happen, but that is so random. Like dear God, that is so random. Yeah, see now we got it. Look at that though. Look, we got art crit. We got 100% on the art crit, but that's not. We have a 10% chance of this working, right? So and yeah, I could cast the Star Bomb, and then we have a much better chance of breaking then. But then I think we lose. So I think in this run, I think we have a higher than 10% chance of winning later if I use the Star Bomb now. I think if this is bad, right? Like this is really fucking bad using the stars like this. But I think it's slightly better than not using them there. In an ideal world, though, you want to save those.
見てるかポセイドン。誰も彼も俺の高さには届かねえ。落体概念せ。おい。くれ。ポセイドン。
Why? I guess we just low rolled hard there because we objectively had more damage on that one. Although really, we only had 5% more damage. We only had 5% more damage on that one. Okay, so hold on. We need to. I hate to take off the Star Absorb though. I hate to take off the Star Absorb because the Star Absorb would really help us in the next health bar. It doesn't help us much here, but it really helps us on the next one. But that's funny, we had 5% more damage that time, but we did like 8 and some change K less, but that's just low high roll for you. I'm gonna try yeeting the Star Absorb one and just going the Gilgamesh one. I don't like that though. I think that's gonna it'll remove RNG at the start. Like it'll remove a nice chunk RNG at the start, but that adds a lot at the end, I feel. So I'm not sure. But you have to actually get through the start in the first place. You could do the Enkidu one instead of the Nobu one and kind of because again, we're not going to be critting a whole lot at the end. I kind of like that better because between putting the Gil and the Enkidu one, overall that's a net gain in damage. Not by loads, but it's a little bit, and then I think it's better later on. Kind of funny using Gilgamesh and Enkidu together. Yeah, it's basically flat 20% damage, crit or no. And so between the two, that's kind of nice. So that's not bad. What really makes this fight hard, and it's the reason why a lot of units can't do it, is just the fact that the boss, you know, can so easily one-shot you with normal cards, and then he removes your buffs no matter what. That's the thing, because it limits your CEs. There's so many CEs we could bring that would like shore up a lot of the issues with this, but because you have to bring a gut CE, that really limits you. That's why I was saying Mothman would be looking so much better if he had buff removal resistance, because then he wouldn't have to bring a gut CE, and that would make it so much better for him. I don't think they're ever going to do anything with Kanios, or however the fuck you say his name. I don't think I just don't, you know, they're just not going to bother. Look, they're not going to bother with male Masashi, they're not going to do regular Paul Bunyan, we're not going to see Van Gogh, although we might see Van Gogh. I think that's the one I have a little bit of hope for. But, yeah, a lot of that stuff is like, this is not gonna happen. Although, the way they're going with Canis does actually make sense, because overwhelmingly in the stories, when Canis' soul is like, you know, moves on to the afterlife, it goes back to Canis, right? So, it works, but it'd have been cool to have gotten both, so... What I want more though, what I want more than that is I want the Centaur. That guy's awesome, and then the fact that they actually gave a nod to him, which was that was really surprising to me. But like the fact that they gave a nod to him, you know, gives you that little bit of hope. But I think that's all they're gonna do, is they're gonna give him that one nod, and that's that. Which is cool. It's cool that they at least did that. Because really, I thought they weren't even gonna mention him. So. But they actually, you know, Canis is one of the times they did the research, which is nice, because a lot of times they don't fucking do that. And this is what I always say. Being anime is totally fine, but it is so important to it's like they say, like, you need to understand the rules to break them, right? You know, you need to understand the rules to break them at your leisure, right? Because it lets you, you know, pick and choose and you know, make sense and stuff. I don't like when they do things like Paul Bunyan, and it's just, now, when Paul Bunyan, the one we got, was originally designed, it wasn't supposed to be anything serious. It was a joke, you know, for a comic. It was nothing, right? But that's the version they decided to add to F-Go for some fucking reason, right? And so, when you have things like that are so poorly researched, they're breaking the rules, but in really stupid and dumb ways that don't work very well, right? Like, if you want to take liberties with the character, you need to understand the source material extremely well. Like, the more liberties you're going to take, the more you need to understand the character, so you don't take liberties that are, like, you know, portraying what the thing is about in the first place. Okay, what am I doing here? Just doing that again is fine. Okay, now it's all about Starjin. This must have been really infuriating for you, Zaw, because you didn't have the Sansa Ultra one, so it's just like slightly worse percentages on everything. I guess the dream would be you want to get overkill. Man, it really would be better to have Starbomb and Buster then, because the Buster will allow for more overkill, and then the Buster has a better star rate than an art card anyway. I almost wonder if I do the Buster card just because of the overkill. I had a loss because I missed an 80% crit. Boy, that is pain right there. Yeah, man. Starbomb and Buster really is nice here. Yeah, the sooner you get overkill, the sooner you make a few extra stars. So let's see what we're looking at here. Yeah, we made. Oh man, yeah, that did make more because of the overkill and just the Buster card. So if the Buster could have like 2 more stars on it, make him 33. You know, every little bit helps, right? God, Buster units are so lucky though. Getting that Buster up really is nice. Where like Ku didn't get any of that. Ku is just so good though. It didn't matter too much, but yeah, like Hijikata and all of them, that really helps them out. So 50-60 is so the one. Okay, now I have to get what's better. Making the RNG better now. I get. I mean, 50-60s. Let's do a double coin flip here. I guess you just go for it. Because I figure it is pretty nasty if you have to use the stars early. Like, that probably is really not what you want to see. That does suck, though. That just kind of just boils down to you have to get crits here without using the thing. Well, got one crit and did not get the other, so no go. What's sad too is, you know, you're not even that far off without the crit, but there, you know, your no low high roll is going to make up for that much. Like, no way. Now you could stall on Limbo and get her second skill back, and then use that to not necessarily. Maybe you would only need to crit once if you did that, because that would make her extra attack do more. I don't know if I try that or not, because you're not gonna have it for the next health bar then, right? Like, you'd get past the first health bar a lot more often, but then you'd be struggling more on the second health bar. So that's a hard one to call. Yeah, a big part of that is because of her NP buff. Like, she sees such large damage boosts on crits because of her crit buff from her NP and the way that scales off of an attack buff and, you know, other things and stuff. And in this case, the Buster up, right? I fucked up. I should have cast this last turn. Because it only attacks the once, there's literally no reason not to do that. Well, we're definitely gonna stall now. Like, a million% we're gonna stall now. But even if we were gonna stall, it would have been better to have cast it there. We would have taken less damage. Due to the kind of the weird way that her third skill works, there's no benefit to not casting it there. Like, it's a pretty minor difference, but it's different. Like, there's no benefit, right? There's no benefit to not doing it, even though it's a minor difference. I wonder if you ever go for 200% overcharge on Limbo. I wonder if there's ever a way that works out. I don't think it's enough extra, because it doesn't make the crit buff any better. It only makes the NP buff better, and I don't, because she's AoE, I don't see that making up for a whole crit, right? Could do some damage, but I'm gonna stall a little bit here because of how I use my crits. She just gets into damage up from charge. Well, we're not really missing the kill by that 5% anymore, but we already changed the command codes. Like that I think, I mean, there still might, like, the super low roll ever might still be a problem, but the main problem is critting now, because before we were using the star bomb, now we're not. Like, so that's the hold up right now. But yeah, if you low roll, because you can low roll on crits. It's not just your NP. You can low roll on everything, right? If you triple low roll, you're pretty borked. But it'd be really hard for her to get. It'd be really hard for her to get 200% because he drains, and then he does NP gain down, right? There's just so much working against you there. Okay, we want to get him low here, but not kill him. Although I need him not to kill me, so maybe I was stalling too much. Yeah, I really don't like the way I played this one. Like, a lot of it was just because I didn't cast my third skill, but there's just a lot wrong here. Okay, just had to crit there, didn't you? Thankfully, it doesn't, literally, it's irrelevant if you have, you know, 1 health or, you know, 10,000, it doesn't matter. What's bad about this, though, is, I didn't get overkill worth of shit. Like, the damage ratios doesn't work out, and I didn't get overkill worth of shit, so that wasn't good. I objectively lowered my chance to crit here by a little bit, right? And you don't want that. I will say this will pretty much never get a video from me unless I found an alternate way of doing it, which, you know, that could happen. Maybe there's other strategies, but I really don't like the way you have to do this with Canis because, yes, it's cool to see that her kit can get that much value, especially if you actually break this first health bar, you can really start to show off some value. But I don't like how just this turn is make or break. There's no safety net in any direction, and it's just so, it's like 50-50. It's such a coin flip. It's such a fucking coin flip that I don't like that. And I don't mind if you have to get some RNG at some point in the fight, but if normally it's like you have to crit at some point, but it doesn't matter which turns. Like as long as you crit once among these 4 turns, then it's fine, right? Like needing to crit 1 time over a course anywhere in 4 turns, that's completely reasonable, right? If it doesn't matter when you have to crit, but when it has to be this turn or never, right? Well, we got it there, but if it's this turn or never, I don't generally like those kinds of things, right? Unless if this was like the hardest boss in the entire game, right? Like it was like so hard, and then you needed a turn like that, then I wouldn't mind. But it's not. So. Okay, so now I gotta play everything like perfectly. I need to like not be an idiot. Okay, so we have 2 turns of survivability. We have a crit, and we have all of our buffs. I wonder if I do Art Quick, and then we cast everything. Let me think. So I have to cast a skill now, like no matter what. So we would do like the gut skill now. And then we could attack again, and then we could attack again. So I get to attack 3 times. I get to attack 3 times. Ideally, we want... I think what you want is you want to get your NP next turn, but I don't... Oh god, I was supposed to use the Merlin command code, wasn't I? Oh my god, I'm an idiot. We didn't even use the Star Bomb on the art card. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Because yeah, we switched to doing Buster Quick. So you need Merlin on the art card. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Oh my god, I didn't even think to switch that back, because when we stopped doing Art Quick, I could totally see that mattering. Like, I think that could really make or break it. If you do Art Quick, and then he does one of his 4 hit counts, I think you're in pretty good shape to getting your NP right there. And the problem is, if you do Art... Because, okay, here's the thing. If I don't get my NP next turn, I should never do Art Quick. I should do, like, Buster Quick, and then go ham on damage, right? Oh, fuck. Why didn't I do the Merlin one? I swear to God, if I'm short by, 11 NP because of the roundup, you know, if I'm short 11 NP or less, I'm gonna be so pissed. Well, you definitely do this because you come back with more health, and then with the damage cut, you might get Godjuna to attack you twice, which means he gives you more NP gain. That's very minor, but you might as well. Like, there's no reason to do it the other way around. It's a real shame that he has, debuff immunity, because you might, it'd be very unlikely, but with the attack down and the damage cut, you might be able to get a little bit of, you know, some units could get, you know, further. But the debuff immunity really limits your survival. Because he just, oh my god, he just hits so fucking hard. I'm almost positive this won't work without the Merlin command code. I know this game really well, and I don't see, unless you get like lucky crits, I just don't see it happening. And I think you would probably have needed even one of those to crit. Like if one of those had crit, because oh my, yep, yeah, you need the Merlin command code because we've at 85, and if one of those hit crit, I think we would have enough there. Okay, so we can still set up a good turn. The problem is we can only set up one good turn. Where if we had gotten our NP there, we would have 2 shots at getting big crits. Now we only have 1 shot at big crits. So we just have to get our NP. I think I just do the 1 Buster card. As sad as that is, I think we do this. Because it's a decent shot at getting some, you know, crits in here, even though we don't have our crit buff. I think she's got this though. Wait, no, I think I should have made more stars. I think I should have done full stars. Oh wow, no, she got this easy. Oh yeah, no, I don't even need 2 turns of crits. It's nothing. Like that's fine. Like that's he's got way less health than I was thinking. Like she didn't need a triple crit there. Like this, I mean, we're gonna do a Buster Chain here, so she's got it. Honestly, I don't know. I'm thinking maybe you can get away with doing the stars on that other health bar, and that might drastically boost her win rate. What do you think, Zaw? Because the difference is, you know, we're in P5. You know, we got some slightly better command codes and stuff. Like because really, like even right now, we wouldn't need the stars. I'm pretty sure because he's only got 145k, right? Like, and we still have we got you know our mega attack up, and you know Buster Chain and all that. Like our extra attack's gonna hit like a fucking champ. Like I think you're gonna need, at some point in the next health bar, you do need a crit or 2, like for sure. But I don't think you need that much really, because we're gonna overkill pretty hard here, I think. I mean, I don't know, maybe, I'm kind of forgetting, he has that damage resistance. You don't do as much damage as you normally do. Like, normally 145k for Canis is a joke, but he does have that damage resistance buff, and so we don't do as much. Especially our NP, because it's AoE and stuff, you know, it doesn't actually do that much. Like, I don't, like, that doesn't need to crit, like, no way. But look, he's already dead, and by a good chunk, and look, this extra attack, I mean, geez, that does way more than like what just the bonus on like the crit on the second card would have been. Woo! I barely canceled that in time. I clicked a few wrong buttons there. I think I got it though. It didn't say connecting or anything. I got it. I thought I had already canceled, but I hadn't. But you know we're good. We got it. Okay, let's fight this more like. You know, a normal person now. Wait, I want to do one more. Let's do Herc. He's disgusting, right? We gotta show off the big man real quick. So 5-2 might be a little while because I love 5-2 so much. It's like my favorite thing. It is. 5-2 is my favorite thing in all of FGO. I take all of the events, all the past stories, all the challenge. Overall, 5-2 is the best thing in FGO, and I could probably do it with a lot of stuff that I have, but I want to have more fun, and so I want to make sure I level up a few things, right? I want to have some, you know, I want to have Ricky Boy, I want to have some extra support, so I want to have Leonidas, I want to, you know, I want to be able to, you know, have fun and be like, oh, let's show off this unit or that unit. I want to, you know, I want to have a few more options. Like, sure, we're gonna have a lot less options than we normally do because, you know, this account's just, I'm not gonna wait that long, right? You know, my other accounts had years to get to 5-2, where, you know, this one's not gonna have that, but still, I wanna, you know, I don't wanna rush nothing, right? 5-2 is just, it's too good, right? It's too good to waste. And so far, literally nothing in the entire game has ever required you to have cleared 5-2 to do an event or whatever. So there's no rush. Right? I mean, hell, nothing's required 5-1. Has anything required 5, or anything required Lostbelt 4 even? I don't think they've even had that. I think the latest they've ever required has been 3, and that was a long time ago. So, all right, let's show off the disgusting Herc. And again, these are pretty tame command codes we're using right now. You know, everyone else we're doing like, you know, we're cherry picking command codes. Although I did fuck up the command codes on that last one, like. I almost want to not do Atlas here, just because of, This fight does reward burst damage a lot. Even for Herc, this rewards burst damage a lot. I'll try it just because, you know, Herc has changed and this has become his standard Mysticode now. So I'll just stick with it. We won't do anything wonky until we see what we see. But I definitely think Anniversary Blonde might still be the best just because you want that burst damage at the end, right? Because it really limits how long you can live. What was the Kama event? I want to say it was not Lostbelt 4. Because I don't think Lostbelt 4 was even... Yeah, I don't think so, because that takes place before Lostbelt 4. Yeah, I think it was Lostbelt 3. I think that is the event that has had the strictest requirement ever, and that was a long time ago. And yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Lostbelt 3. So yeah, there just has not really been any rush on 5. Like literally, Lostbelt 5 has been out for a long time now, and they have never used it as a requirement for anything. The funny thing about the Maze event, though, is it really... I hate when they do these, like, 3.5 events and stuff, because they're not. Now, the Limbo thing is kind of 5.5, but even it is kind of self-contained. But all the foreshadowing that happens, because there's a little bit of foreshadowing for, like, Godjuna and stuff in the Maze event. You know, basically the premise is Kama is scared of Godjuna and is running away from them, right? You know, that's basically what that is, right? But it doesn't matter. Like, that's such a weak connection. That's like foreshadowing. Like, oh, look, guys, we're being clever and there's foreshadowing. But it doesn't matter. You don't need that foreshadowing to enjoy Lostbelt 4 in any way at all. It affects literally nothing, right? And it's the same for, what was it, with their 4.5, right? The imaginary, you know, C. Nothing in that mattered, right? You don't need any of that to connect to any of the main stories. Right? It's just like if they ever made a Lostbelt anime, they wouldn't do the Maze event. Well, they might do that just because Kama's so popular, but they wouldn't do the Imaginary Sea and stuff. It's not really part of the main story at all. Like, it's just, it has like really weak connections that they just put there to try to make it seem like it's more important than it is, right? And even 5.5 is like that, but 5.5 is a bit better because at least Limbo actually existed through all the other stuff and whatnot. But it really, 5.5 is not important to the overall story of Lostbelt. It really isn't. If anything, it's more of a continuation of Shimosa, which Shimosa is not important to anything either, right? So it's very much kind of just a side story. Like really, 5.5 is a side story, but it does have more connections than the Maze event does and the Imaginary Sea does, because those really have their connections are paper, right? It's like it's nothing. Where at least Limbo has been active and doing things in the other Lostbelts and stuff. You know, ultimately what he does and everything is pretty irrelevant and it doesn't really matter and it doesn't affect any of the overarching story stuff. But it's, you know, he has been a character throughout the other Lostbelts and whatnot. Yeah, I don't disagree with, you know, you shouldn't make a limited time event something that you need to see. I agree with that. But my point is, because of that, you shouldn't even try to make an event seem like it's actually part of the main story, guys, because it's not, right? It's like it's like, you know, Buddha's brother Chuck, right? No one cares, right? It's just kind of whatever. And obviously self-contained stories can still be enjoyable and cool and focus on characterization that you like and all those other things. But what I'm getting at is, like, they try to like market it when it's coming out as like it's oh guys, it's part of the main story, it's like a big thing, but it's never is, right? And it's like, I wish they would stop doing that. It's like hype for like hype, but it never lives up to the hype. So it's like, please stop, right? Like that's kind of where I'm coming from here. Limbo is a little bit different though, because although 5.5 is pretty irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, because he was a character that we've seen in main stories that aren't limited time, if he kind of just disappeared and you didn't see his story resolved in the main story, people would be like, you know, this is weird. But I would probably have changed how I did 5.5. I don't know, maybe they will do this, but if they will, I'm actually going to be pissed because I should have saved the Limbo stage on my main account. But anyway, they might actually not make you do it to continue, but I think they will, because it does kind of hint at like how you're going to get around the barrier to get into Lostbelt 6, and you know, it's on there on the map like it's a roadblock, and then it disappears and it's not a roadblock anymore and everything. I'm overwhelmingly sure well, I'm like 90% sure they're going to make you have to do 5.5 to do Lostbelt 6. But it is such a side story. Like it's a filler arc. Like 100% it's a filler arc. And that's gonna be kind of weird when people start, like, someone starts playing the game a year from now and they start just going through the Lostbelts. 5.5 is going to feel pretty weird. It's going to almost feel like they're stalling, which I guess is because that's kind of is what they're doing. But I kind of wish they'd just done Limbo differently. I think, you know, they could have done, like, first off, the plans that he had in place could have amounted to something that could have been a threat to, like, the alien god and stuff, but it just doesn't. So they could have, you know, I would have tied it more into, like, because right now they have a lot of, like, pieces in play and, like, kind of people vying for power. And if they could have had Limbo actually be in on that, that I think would have worked better. And it would have made all that, like, build up to what he was doing more meaningful, where at the end, they kind of just pull the rug underneath him and it ended up not mattering too much, which wasn't so great. I guess I cast this now. I have no idea if I do my first skill now or not. I'm gonna say no. Like, especially with how they had, you know, they built up Limbo for a while, and I kind of wish he had, I think he deserved a little better than he got by the end of it. That was weird. I thought he was gonna pop guts there and I could get my Buster up, but I mean, it's fine. We'll still kill him. But I kind of would have liked the Buster up to have gone into Godjuna there, because if, well, I'm not gonna have my NP, so it's not like we're gonna break his health bar, so we'll just have Godjuna take it. That's fine. Doesn't matter. They do mention the alien god in 5.5. They talk about some stuff, and like they talk about like how, you know, there's some foreshadowing in 5.5 that is relevant to the overarching story. The thing is, it's nothing that they foreshadow there actually needed to have been done there, right? Like learning, spoilers, learning that, you know, the Earth, you know, got flattened and whitened and all that, not because of the alien god, but probably because of humans and stuff, right? That's relevant. But nothing about that has anything to do with 5.5, and you could have learned that in Lostbelt 6, or on your way to Lostbelt 6, or hell, you could have learned that in Lostbelt 5, or in Lostbelt 3 even. It really doesn't matter when you learn that, right? It's not connected to any character or to anyone's development. It's not like, oh wow, I learned that, and therefore Ophelia's motivation or loyalty changes. It's like, no, that doesn't change anyone's loyalty. It doesn't change anybody's motivation. It's an interesting bit of story, for sure, but it's when you learn it does not matter, right? It just doesn't, and that's how kind of most of this has been. I probably should have removed this last turn so I had slightly higher NP gain. You know, I don't want to end up at 98%, so wasn't much reason for me to have not removed it, because Godjuna is not going to really debuff us with anything that we care about, so the main thing is we have to make sure we have a gut stack for when we break his health bar. That's the main thing. Yeah, most of the alien god stuff really just comes down to that you learn that he didn't do the world, you know, smiting or whatever you want to call it, right? Because I think a lot of, you know, they don't really ever say that he did, but it's kind of, you would assume that, you know, kind of leading into all the stuff that's happening at the start of Lostbelt and all that, so. Maybe at some point, especially against Limbo, maybe I should have tried to work in an art card so I could have, NPing this health bar would have been swell, but now we're kind of at that range where it's like, do I even use the NP if I get it? Like, I feel like we'll barely not break unless I crit here, so maybe I do use it. But, would I lose a whole turn? Like, I would gain a turn of value here, but I might lose more than a turn of value on the next health bar. It depends on how much our NP does. I mean, we're NP 5. And I still have 3 gut stacks. It would be really nice to break right now, though. But I think we might barely not break, just because of his damage resist. If he didn't have the damage resist, of course we're gonna break right now. But because he has the damage resist, it's a little funky. But we do have 2 Buster Ups. Okay, we'll go for it. You know, I actually feel like I probably should not have used my evade. I think that was a mistake, because letting him take a guts from me there would have actually been a good thing, because another Buster Up would have been quite nice. And I could have just used the evade. Yep. Honest, that was a pretty big mistake. That 3K, it'd be worth it to have saved the evade. Because see now, but like, oh, but you got the Buster Up now. It doesn't matter now, because now he's gonna remove my buffs. So that was not right. Yeah, I misplayed that. you know, not a massive misplay, but that definitely would have been better to let him get guts there. Because he's going to get that guts anyway, right? So I might as well have broken a turn sooner. Where not breaking the turn sooner, it just gives him the guts, you know, later, and now I've done less damage to him, right? So it's a fairly sizable mistake, actually. Just Herc is so good that I don't think it'll, you know, run us or anything, but, because, yeah, we still have invulnerability, we still have double guts, we still have another evade, like, we got a good bit of wiggle room here. It's almost like Herc is, good or something. Because I will say, if we had a less upgraded Herc, we would need to play a little bit better, right? Well, maybe. I'll see how many turns we have at the end here. But if you were using like a 90 Herc or something, right? You would need to, you know, maybe min-max a bit more. Because I'm not min-maxing at all. I'm seeing red and pressing red. I'm not being particularly wise here. But I don't know. Even at 90, like MP3 or something, you could probably still have quite a bit of wiggle room here because we're not really pushing it that much. Because I mean, he's about to give us another Buster up. So it's like we're ramping now, and he's dead like next turn, and I still have guts, I still have evade, I still have invulnerability, and then even when you're out of that stuff, you get to attack one more time. So actually, even if I had made that misplay with like a 90 Herc and like MP 2 or 3, I think I still would have won with a lot of wiggle room. Now, if we were like even weaker than that, then I would probably need to play like absolutely perfectly. But yeah, he's dead. Okay, now we'll do it on a team, and we'll try to be a little bit more reasonable about this. Oh, bonk. Oh. Give me a second, though. I need water. At least, though, Lostbelt 5.5 was fun. So, you know, story aside, it was fun. Chat, I'm having a thought. So I feel like, you know, some events, they don't put much effort into the writing. But some events, they put a lot of effort into the writing. And of course, generally not as much as, not that kind of thought, don't you start with me. Anyway, generally events don't have as much effort put into the writing as the main story, right? Which, you know, fair enough. But I kind of wish sometimes, not always, but instead of adding an event, right? Because, you know, they kind of do an event once a month or twice a month or so, right? Instead of doing that and, you know, making their kind of whatever, you know, event story, is do some, like, side stories that are permanent, right? Like how because 5.5 pretty much is a side story. It's a filler arc, right? But it's permanent. So instead of doing, like, you know, maybe a Robin Hood Nottingham event right? That's just limited and people play later, they never get to see it, and wasting that writing. You know, why not do some, you know, side stories that you can do whenever you want? Kind of like how Epic of Remnant is, right? And just add on to that from time to time. Like some kind of, because a lot of the interludes and events are like singularities and stuff. They're normally not Lostbelts, but they're normally like singularities and whatnot. And so you could use that premise for, you know, all kinds of things, right? Yeah, kind of like CCC. That's kind of what I'm talking about, right? Because the main interlude of CCC kind of is that. But a lot of the events aren't structured that they could be done that way. CCC is rare, and that it's done like that, and it's actually a pretty good experience. I think CCC is more fun if the first time you play it, it's the main interlude. I think it's better that way. But a lot of the events aren't like that. From both the gameplay and story perspective, they're not like that. But this is also why, yeah, I'm eating, excuse me. But this is also why they need to add story replay. So when you add stuff, it's permanent, right? And you make the game better for everyone moving forward. That's a lot better than a temporary event where you get some cool shit for like a month, right? It's not as good. All right, let's see, chat. What do we want to summon? We want something that's good, but not going to trivialize it. That's the idea, right? We want something that's good, but not going to trivialize it. I don't think anyone has them off, man. I mean, I'd be game to try it, but I don't think anyone has them. God, this is the best fucking song, by the way. Alright, Lost. We'll do that real quick. I think he's totally fucked at MP1, but we'll give it a go. At least, none of his survivability is tied to his NP rank, right? It's just his crit up. This song is Life in Ash, and it's by the people that do the soundtrack for Armored Core. It's basically an Armored Core song, even though it's not been used in a game, but it's because it was made after the last game that they made. Wait, does Rex have Mothman? What? Oh wait, you rolled for you, didn't you? That actually makes sense. 999? Yeah, I don't blame you. I always get the Lostbelt 3 rate ups backwards in my head. Well, let's see what Lost has got. Yeah, Ash, like, you know, burnt to a crisp, you know, the thing exploded, right? That kind of thing. Guys, this is basically Mothman right here, right? I mean, this... Oh, okay, there we go, all spot, alright. Oh, God, 7-7-10, uh-oh. Well, actually, that doesn't really matter. His skills are so not important here. Like, his normally they would. Like, his second skill would normally be huge. But, we can't stun the boss anyway. So, it don't really fucking matter. It matters a little bit because our attack up is slightly lower, but that's a pretty... We'll be able to see if, like, we're within the range of that mattering or not, right? Oh wait, we need a gut CE. We need a gut CE. There's no way without it. He will die the second he breaks that health bar if he doesn't have it. We'll see, T-Long. I'm gonna try it with Losts here. And if it's like close, then I'll try it with yours. If we're not even in the ballpark, there's not much point. We're gonna have to give Lost a second though, because he needs command codes and all that shit. We gotta give him a fair shake here. I don't think Mothman can do this. I mean, I may be missing something. We'll see. But there's a lot working against him here. There's so much working against him here. Like his stun doesn't work. I don't see how the fuck we're gonna get stars to crit anything. You know, all of our buffs are gonna get removed. His heal doesn't matter. His drain doesn't matter. Like, there's a hell of a lot working against him here. The one thing that can save us is if we just get the best, we just get the best fucking hit counts off the enemy, right? We need NP gain off of the enemy. That's, because I'm telling, the second health bar, if we get hit once, we die. I mean, that's just a fact. So, we have to somehow do 300,000 damage before getting attacked a single time. And like I don't think the first health bar is even going to go that well. That's the thing. The only reason I even am entertaining this idea is because Arjuna has a decent hit count. There are so many things about this boss that are like red flags for why you would not want to use Mothman, right? Because Mothman's biggest issue is normal cards that can kill him, right? And if he can't keep his NP up a lot. Right, because it's pretty easy for him to always have his NP to stop the enemy's NP, right? That's pretty easy for him to do. But if the normal cards can just, you know, deck him in the schnoz, you know, that's not good. And this boss is really good at decking you in the schnoz with normal card damage. And it's a berserker, so we're not getting the advantage of being a ruler. I mean, there's at least an upside to that where we're doing more damage. Normally, Mothman, you know, is doing neutral class damage with all of his crits and his attack up and all that, where now we're going to be doing double damage. And that means if we do crit, we are going to melt, you know, Godjuna's health bar. Like, we're going to fucking destroy it, right? But it's going to be very hard for us to crit. And then we may not just have the time. That's the thing. I'm not sure we're going to have the time. Like, we're on such a clock, right? We're on such a timer because of, you know, Godjuna's normal card damage. I think we do default. It's one turn of guaranteed survival, and the attack up is certainly nice. It's either that or we do this just for the stars, because we are really going to have, I mean, we're going to have such a hard time critting here, because Guts is as good as Evader and Vulnerability. There's really no difference in this fight, because again, Godjuna does so much damage. It is less NP gain though, because if you do this, you can have 1 health and Godjuna will still attack you 3 times. Or up to 3 times. And that's a lot more NP gain than if you have Guts. But dear God, we are never gonna fucking crit anything if I don't bring this, excuse me. I'll try this and just look at, like, what's happening. If I'm like, okay, this is not, you know, it'll be pretty easy to tell if it's not gonna get value. I don't think this is gonna work. We'll see. Any chance I think he would have of beating this would be with, you know, level 100, you know, NP5 is a big one. I gotta say, he gets so much out of NP ranks because you're gonna try to double up on his crit up, right? So instead of getting 50 and 50, you can get 100 and 100, right? That's so much better. Good God, this fucking, you know what, I tell you, if I had Mothman, I'd probably use this too, because at this point you kind of just have to embrace it, right? His design is so over the top and ridiculous no matter what you do. This is just jumping the shark, and it's like, with the way he is, you might as well. Like, you might as well go full ham. But yeah, I'm looking at his other stages, yeah, pretty much that's, that's pretty much, the second one though is pretty funny. That one's like Peacock almost. Okay, we We may want to stun Limbo at some point. Okay, good opening hand. I like that. That's good. So big thing, we really want to have our NP when we enter the boss, obviously. I wonder if that means... It'd be nice to use my NP and then go around the wheel, but I'm not sure that's going to happen. That's funny that he teleports just for that bit. I wonder if I stun. So I can't stun Godjuna, but I don't want to waste the attack up either. I'll hold on to it for now. There's a few other things on this that emperors would not wear. It's not just the feather nonsense. Like there are literally gravity-defying things in this costume. Like I've seen Chinese Emperor stuff, and you know it's pretty elaborate and whatnot, but it's not it's not like this. He's taking it to a new level, which is the point. I'm pretty sure. I think we might be able to go around the wheel here. I think the timing will work out. Because again, I mean, just because he's a ruler, it's no different than anyone else. You know, against Godjuna, 1 health is the same as 10,000. Like, there's no difference. Which is both a good and a bad thing. I do really like his voice actor, though. He is good in general, but he did a really good job of, you know, putting the right inflection on this character, right? Okay, I think we have to use our 3rd skill, because we need to, you know, not die. Okay, now we still want that to come back. That's the big thing. We need that to come back. I need to get my NP. That's very important that I get my NP. Lucky crit though. That's good. Although, funnily enough, if things had worked out a little bit differently, it could have actually been a bad thing. If I had killed there, oh god, that would have been bad. Okay, well, we're entering the Godjuna fight in pretty good shape for what we would want. The only thing is if we could have gotten here without using the stun to save the attack up, that would have been a bit better. We made about as many stars as we could. We've got our NP. We still at least have a attack buff. So this is just gonna get so RNG now. Like if we crit, it's gonna go pretty well. If we don't crit, it's gonna go nowhere and we're gonna die long before we break the health bar. Like we have got to get some crits. Now I could drain him and he won't NP here, but I don't think I care. I think I'd actually rather he NP because of the hit count. Okay, the spread was pretty good. Alright, all about looping now. It's all about looping now. And just critting. I am kind of leaning towards maybe default Mystic Code though, for like a turn where you don't loop. Man, if you could make it to the end without using your Mystic Code, because then you could NP Mystic Code NP. Then you're, you know, you have lots of time. That wouldn't be so bad. Okay, got a crit, that's good. Didn't get the other one, which is bad, but Yeah, Mothman's first skill is pretty fucking pointless for this fight. Like, you get one shot by normal cards or MP, so it's like, who cares? And the defense down can't apply because the boss is debuff immune, so... Whole lot of nothing. Okay, well, we are dead. That, we are not even in the ballpark of getting our NP again there. This really is the kind of boss, though, that you just don't want to fight on Mothman, because Mothman normally will have, you know, a gap here and there on his NP. There's just not a lot you can do about that, and normally you would use like the stun, but that doesn't work in this fight, right? And normally because he's a ruler, normally the enemy doesn't do that much normal card damage to him, so no big deal. But Godjuna just fucking one-shots you every goddamn time, so the only chance we have here is if we like triple crit. I guess I'll use the stars just because I'll try to get as far as I can, but oh god. Alright, we need him to break the bar and get his NP. Okay, good. Good. Good, alright. Now he's gonna get our NP, which is mostly coming from Godjuna smacking us in the face. Okay, I'm really worried we're not gonna get our NP. I probably could have done Buster Art. Yeah, there go all of our buffs. High hit count, that's good. Fucking Christ. Oh. Well, we can do this, but yeah, there's no way we're gonna get 300k out of this now. I will say at NP5 though, I think he might be able to do this, because at NP5 you have so much crit up at NP5, right? That you wouldn't even need to do the Buster up there, you could save it. So at NP5 I think he might be, it's still gonna be, you know, an RNG shit show, but like I think at NP5 you might reasonably be able to do this. I don't know, we're not out of this yet. Okay, we're not looping. There's no point in even trying to loop. That's not happening. So we need to maximize our chance of critting next turn. Which would be that. Yeah, I think at NP5 though, I think you could do it. Just because the crit up is so big at NP5, you just need to get a couple of lucky crits. So, I don't think he'd have an 100% win rate by any fucking means, but I don't think he'd have a terrible win rate, actually. I think it'd be... I'm not quite sure it'd be, but it'd be alright. Like, you wouldn't need too many crits, I don't think. Because literally, from NP1 to NP5, you're doubling your crit up. Like, that's a lot. And we could have used our second skill better. Like, we absolutely could have done our second skill better. So... if only this would actually save us. Oh wait, I didn't. Wow, how much? I thought his battery was 30%. What is it? Oh my god, it's 50%. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's we're not out of this yet then. Just crit forehead. It's 50-50. Who's ever failed a 50% crit before? Actually, probably should have done the quick again. Because if we don't crit here, we might want to try to crit again, like later. See, this is why 2030 is nice on him, right? Because normally, not only does it mean you get more crits, but normally Mothman doesn't need like crits at very specific times. It's more about you buy yourself an ungodly amount of time and you crit at some point and you know good enough, right? And normally it's really easy for him to buy himself that kind of time because he's a fucking ruler, right? And normally enemies don't one-shot you with the normal cards. Okay, we're dead this turn. So if we crit, we win, I think. If we don't crit, we lose. And our crit chance is pretty abysmal. So, yeah, obviously, I think our win rate here is going to be pretty bad, but we have a chance. We have a shot. Guys, 20, it's going to be like, what, 20, 30, 20, right? It's fine. We got this. Just, RNGesus. No big deal. What do I think? I guess we put the art card last, because it has the highest crit chance. Right? See, if I win this, I'm gonna never do it again and say he has a 100% win rate. And I'm not wrong, so... Come on. Come on. Come on. 30%. You piece of shit.
ひれ伏すが良いぞ
Well, he definitely can win. You need to get, you know, lucky at several parts, but it's definitely doable. And it's actually more doable than I thought. And the main reason it's more doable than I thought is because I didn't remember that his third skill had a fucking 50% battery on it. So that you save that for the end when it's like, you know, emergency mode, right? You can go boom boom and then make sure you've got a lot of buffs and you don't die for 2 turns. So he can do it. He can do it. I would actually say his win rate is probably, if he's MP1, it's probably like 40-ish%, but if he's MP5, I actually think his win rate's like 50-60%, maybe even a little bit higher. Maybe. Depends. I don't know. There's a lot that can go wrong there. There really is a lot that can go wrong there. But I'm wondering if there's any way to get better star gen throughout that fight. I'm trying to think if there's anything you can do to fix up the star gen. I mean, what you probably would do is you, like with Canis, you would not use the star bomb on the first health bar, and you would just keep resetting until you got lucky on the first health bar, right? Because that's earlier in the fight, and you would just wait. You would wait until you just got a couple lucky crits on that part, especially at MP5. Because at MP1, like 1 lucky crit won't do it, right? But at MP5, 1 lucky crit would probably do it. And then you'd use the stars in the second one. So his win rate is still going to be kind of bleh, but he can do all right. He can do all right. It's certainly good because, you know, the fact that his second skill doesn't work there is so bad for him. Like if his second skill actually worked there, it would not be that bad for him, right? Because you'd be able to buy yourself so much time for a lucky crit to happen, right? Because that's how you know, like I said, that's how you normally play him. Is you just keep buying yourself time until you happen to get a lucky crit. It's bound to happen eventually, right? So it's kind of nasty here because you can only buy yourself so much time here. But no, he can do it. He can definitely do it. And certainly at MP5, like certainly at MP5. Like we got, because we had a mix of good and bad luck. We had some pretty lucky things happen there, but we had some bad luck too. Like we definitely had some bad luck. Okay, let's do an actual team though, for God's sakes. The thing is, honestly, and I'm not saying this because I don't like Mothman. I'm just saying this because he's a ruler. They really should not give him a way to make stars, because that's the main thing that prevents him from being like just soloing everything ever, right? Like, because he can solo a lot of really surprising stuff that not a lot of other stuff can solo, but then he also loses to a lot of like really mundane random stuff. And the end result is it's you know, it's about where it should be, right? Maybe a little above what it should be, right? So if they gave him pretty much star gen, I think he'd be too good at that point, because rulers are just so applicable in so many circumstances that if he didn't need to buy himself a fuckload of time to get the damage in, it'd be kind of silly. And at that point, they're gonna start putting, you know, pierce invulnerability on everything and buff and move on everything, and then that's just gonna be dumb for everyone else. And so I think he's fine where he's at. And because the thing is, in team play, he is such a good tank, because a lot of the times all you really need is for him to block an NP. And it's not hard for him to always have his NP when the enemy has their NP, and so he will always block it unless they've got, you know, buff removal or pierce invulnerability or something. So I mean, that's just, I mean, he's like the best tank ever. Like literally, he's one of the, like the best tanks you can have, unless you specifically need to block normal card damage, you know, like for 3 turns straight or something, right? But yeah, I mean, he's like the best tank in the game. So okay, what do we want to summon, chat? I don't think Doorman is a good call here. Everybody wants that, but Extra Vlad. If someone had a super good Extra Vlad, I would try that. But I doubt anybody has a particularly good Extra Vlad. I'm not gonna lie, he's kind of rare. Although Godjuna is evil. It's funny, he's good and evil. He's unique like that. But so Vlad would get his thing. Summer Martha. Well, that's not bad, because again, she's good, but she's certainly not going to carry. I actually think she's kind of bad though, because although her third skill works, she does none of her niches work. None of her niches work, and she has no hard survival. And hard survival is the only thing that you really care about in terms of survival. So honestly, I think Martha's kind of shit for this, but maybe we try to see if she works anyway. But I think she is kind of shit for this. I mean, Ruler Martha would die so fast. Like, the enemy's a berserker, she has no heart survival, I mean, she's just instantly dead. Like, the enemy being divine does not make her live longer, right? Like, she will still get fucking one shot immediately, right? And then, you know, his, you know, bar break is still a thing. I might try her though, just because she would be, you know, helpful in that she could break a bar pretty smoothly. But then she's, you know, does not have any way of, like, you know, handling the other stuff. Let me jump on my ult account, because I'll just use mine, I suppose. The level 80s is fair. She is helpful against Limbo, though, because, well, she's actually not even that helpful against Limbo, though, because the ruler thing doesn't work. Like, overall, I really don't think they need to buff Mothman, because it's like, he can do a lot of things that you just should not be able to do. And yeah, he's got some holes in his kit, but I think he's fine. Like, Jesus, I think he's fine. And really, as a tank, I think he's too good. Honestly, I think as a tank, even as a 5-star, I think he's too good. You know, he basically means single target bosses do nothing, right? And that's too much. And that's why they've been doing like buff removal more and stuff, right? Which that's not good for everybody else. All right, I'm not even gonna give her command codes just because I'm lazy, and then also if she can work without them, it'd be, you know, impressive. So, okay. Now, what would be interesting is if we had a really beefy Martha and we'd see if she could solo it, because things change a lot in a solo, because then you don't really, you know, you're gonna get one shot anyway, and you kind of go berserker mode and you just gut CE and try to one shot. And because she's got a buffed NP and her 3rd skill, she actually might be able to do that. That'd be cutting it really close though, but she might be able to solo it, because maybe you do default and you do evade on the 1st turn and stuff like that if you need 2 turns to break the 1st health bar, and then you save your 3rd skill or something like that, and because she could, you know, oh my god, she could do a lot of damage at the end, so she might be able to solo it actually. I'm almost positive actually she can if she's set up right. I can't really think of any reason why she couldn't. Unless her damage just isn't going to be as high as I'm thinking, but I think it is. She's single target, she has an upgraded NP now, she applies defense down before damage, and she has her 3rd skill. So I'm pretty confident she could one-shot the 2nd health bar. The question, the whole question of if she could do it or not is, could she get through the 1st health bar without using her 3rd skill? That's like the whole thing. But she could use like default and just, you know, use an evade to have like 2 turns or whatever. So, probably. Yeah, he does have the damage resistance, that's true. But I think she could probably still do it. I'm not going to bother with that right now, but at some point, if they ever, you know, add story replay, I definitely will, because I think, especially a Grailed one and everything, I think, like, you know, if we got like a level 100 and, you know, all that bullshit, I think she could probably do it. All right, what would this account want to do? Well, it's got this, so, you know, that's a thing. You want to deal with Limbo. Ku is still fine here, honestly. Ku is mainly good here in a solo, but even in team play, I think he can do all right. Hey, Eri. Qingong's okay, Hanzo's okay. Hanzo Ushi's okay. You kind of just want a lot of units that are good on their own. Just kind of boom, boom, boom. Main thing is you don't want Martha dying to Limbo. Limbo really is the awkward thing in a team. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. You know, okay, here's the thing. You know, you think, oh, Green Man just playing it up for the stream, you know, the Genshin thing, but like, you don't that, like, on the one hand, you know, it was good content and you know, legitimately, you know, some clever locations there, but that really sucked. Like, it just, don't get wet. Let me just go to a waterfall. Like, God. So yeah, that's a thing. We'll do that from time to time. I'm not gonna do that every stream, but you know, I would go insane. But that will be something we do from time to time, because It is interesting. Okay, Shin, Gong, or Hans on the start. I mean, I mainly just don't want Martha exploding. That's a big thing. I almost want to just give Ku K-Scope and just like fuck it. What else do we have in terms of decking Limbo and the Schnoz? There's always this. Even with his low skill ranks, that's the thing. Wait, I think I've been burning Caesars and he's only in P3. Oh god. Oh god, I'm an idiot. I'm almost positive I've burned some Caesars. I forgot. Fuck. I gotta remember on this account, don't burn any 3 stars until you check. Because this is not the first time that this has happened. This is not the first time that this has happened. Where, I realize I don't have someone at NP5, and I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I've been burning that. Okay, at least we have Robin at NP5. And we have Bedivere at NP5, funnily enough. Bedivere would be... See, this is good for Bedivere, though, because he got, for a budget team, he get that 3rd skill. He does so much damage without help from his friends, right? Like, this is a really good time for Bedivere. Good music, though. Okay, K-Scope or no K-Scope? I think we might go K-Scope. We need Limbo to fucking die, man. The problem is, though, how the fuck are we... I almost want to not put Martha in the front, then. Or maybe we just use our survival Mystic Code on her. It's not so bad. Okay. And what's in the back? Dude, I wish Hercules had more engaging gameplay, because I love his character, and he's supposed to be overpowered and everything. Like, I really wish I could put him in videos more often, but, you know, he's so, ooga booga, man, that it's... Every once in a while I find a boss fight where I'm like, okay, you can have a pretty interesting fight with Hercules here. So, but yeah, maybe at some point I make a video, though, just to show off how disgusting he is. Because I've never made a video since he got buffed for him. Like, I haven't done that yet. Very timing sensitive with George. If he comes in at the wrong time, this is a very bad pick. Oh my god, I wish I had the, you know... the thing. That would be really good here, because he can't remove that. So no matter when David shows up, he'd be good. Unfortunately, I mean, I could do this, and this is in the same boat, but then he can't use his skill behind it. I wonder if I go with that anyway. I mean, it depends. Ugh, fuck it. We'll just see what happens. This is just... You know, it's always good to get an attempt in real fast and just kind of see how things play out, and you can kind of see what you want to twink from there. I know Hurt can solo the Abigail fight in the interlude, which is like the same thing with her resurrecting a bunch, but she has less health. I think he'd be pushing it in Salem, just because, you know, that's a lot of health, and he's being counterclassed. I mean, obviously, he's gonna do well. He could definitely take several of her lives, because he could take several of her lives before, oh yeah, he drained some of it. Anyway, he could take several of her lives before he got buffed, so... You can certainly do better now, but I don't think he got buffed enough to win, right? Like, that's... Full to 0 is a lot. Now, he could still work as like a really good cleanup unit, though, like, no question. Oh, we're still in slow-mo. Taunt doesn't do anything, but crit down ain't half bad. We could do Martha's, we could do her 3rd skill now, because he's undead. And then maybe get it back. But I'm kind of wanting her to break the first health bar of, Godjuna. I tell you though, if we used her 3rd skill there, she would melt him pretty quick. He has Buster up, he has Buster resist down, right? There's a lot in our favor there. I should have used his Buster up last turn because yeah, he's not gonna last long. I knew he wasn't gonna last long, but I didn't think he's gonna quite that fast.
鋭くいくのね。
任せな。
激しくいくのね。晴れれ
What I would really like is, I guess, Hans coming up next, because that would just stabilize like the normal card damage we're taking, and it would make sure they get their NPs, which is what we want. Because yeah, like having Hans show up in NP right now is kind of perfect. Where David's a little random.
おま鋭くいく激しくいくのね。晴れれや。悔い改めろっての。
Nice debuff.
よいしょっと。赤いトゲは茨のごとくってな。
I need to kill him next turn, and I guess I don't know if we want. I don't know how much it matters to have Ku's NP. Depends on if we're having Ku live or not. After the NP coming. Oh right, he drains. Fuck. I forgot about that. Not even close, by the way. Oh well, we're fucked. There's no way we're killing and getting her NP. I guess it's not gonna happen.
激しくいくのね。
Like I could do Art Buster quick and she get her NP, but then we're definitely not killing, and we're probably not killing
重くいくの
even
ね。
with
鋭
this.
くい
So
く
we're
の
gonna
ね。
have to, I have to just put it in Hans, I think.
せい。
And I might even cut Shingong, I'm not sure. I mean, the damage cut's pretty nice at the start. Limbo, you bastard, by the way. Alright, and then, man, Bedivere would just be, Bedivere or Billy would be fucking awesome. But neither of them are ready to go. Because, yeah, you just want someone with a battery skill. A low star battery skill, just, you know, smack them. Now, see, if I wanted to really stabilize Martha, I would give her command codes. I'd give her the Merlin and the heal one. But I want to see if she can do it without that stuff. Okay, I don't care if Hans dies, but I would want Hans to die to Godjuna. That would be, I want to the MP. That would be preferable. And you do not want George out when he NPs. That's the main thing. You just absolutely don't want that. He can show up basically any other time, but that's like the one time you do not want him. I should really change Martha's CE, but I'm also very lazy, and it's always impressive when you can, like, your support works when they're not optimal, right? Because you're not always going to be summoning somebody that, you know, has what you want. Like, literally because she has no starting NP, like, because it's going to get drained, I should just give her a Guts CE. But I'm going to not do that just because I feel like most people wouldn't be able to summon somebody with a Guts CE, right? So I think that's, like, fair enough. Yep, Shingong with the Buster up. That's good. Excellent. Okay, I'm gonna just do this now. I think I am gonna do this. It's not that long of a cooldown, so I think it's okay. Although I don't want to kill him too fast, though. That really is important. That's okay. That's okay. I really dislike that he has that MP drain. Not at the start. I mean the other one. Like that's rough. gonna say, we do kind of need Shingon to die. That's that's kind of important here. I guess we want Hans land the attack though.
激しくいくのね。重くい
すなわ
くのね。
ち解放の
ハレルヤ。
いい時代だ。資料集めにはことかかん。
So let's see, who can solo this, Hijikata can solo this, Nobu can solo this, Canis can solo this, but Morgan's out of bit RNG. Yakama can solo it, Fujino can solo it, Hurt can solo it, Mothman can solo it, also a bit RNG, but not too bad. Like really not that bad, really not that bad at all. What else is there? There's probably a few other Berserkers. Berserkers really are good. Yeah, Masashi, oh my god, Masashi is so good for this. Let's see what else is there. There really is probably a decent number of Berserkers that can do it. This really is up Berserker's alley. And Kido is in a really weird spot because the boss is divine, but you can't stun him, and then his heal kind of does nothing. He might, I mean, Ku can do, the thing is, Ku is better for this because the boss basically one-shots you, and Ku has so many ways to survive that, where Kido doesn't have as much, because the heal doesn't work, and you can't stun. But he could survive against Limbo forever, so he could set up an optimal turn. So he could, I mean, he could certainly one-shot that first health bar, I think, if he get, yeah. The hard part, I don't know how he would do against the next part, though. He just can't live that long. That's the problem. He might be able to do it, though. If he was fully upgraded. I think he might. This is Bastion's OST, and it's Terminal March. I do not want to give her the evade now. This is really awkward. She has 2 defense sounds. And Hans didn't land the defense up. Okay, way to go, Hans. Good job. Fantastic. Well, we'll see what happens, but I don't think this is looking good. And we're gonna get drained. Oh my god. 9,000. Okay, we need to adjust. Dude, Limbo is such a bitch for budget people. Like, I've known this because I've done this fight before, budget setups. It's just, there are no, like, 1 to 3 stars that deal with Limbo at all. Like, it's awful. The best, though, is Bedivere helps so fucking much. Oh my god, Bedivere is... Because not only does Bedivere get his NP nice and fast and hit crazy hard with or without buffers, but he also gives you another AoE defense up. So, it is very nice. I fucking love that animation from Hans. I need to get that in a video. I can think of all kinds of ways I could edit that. I gotta remember that though. Because I use Hans a decent amount. I just don't really think about it, so I'll have to pay attention in the future. Oh, the NP drain is making this nasty. That's why I like when Billy or Bedivere, right? I need somebody to just get their NP and just, you know, just kill him for God's sakes, like a little bit faster. Could start with David. That's not too bad. Get us more art cards and we get charisma. I don't mind that. That's okay. Not sure we bother with K-Scope though. Hard to say. Maybe even that. I'm not sure that would really buy him much time though, especially because it's not limit broken. Oh, so that's okay. I mean, he's mostly there for his skills. Oh, I'll do it. That's what happens. Man, keeping Martha alive is a bit sheer. It's because she doesn't have any hard survival. Like, if she just had any kind of hard survival, it'd be fine. I really hope NA players, you know, take their time and have fun with Lostbelt 5 too, because it's so good. Like, story, music, gameplay, all is great. David with the Buster up though. My guess is they want you to bring like 3 really bursty, you know, units, and so any one of them could get the Buster up and do well. And that's kind of not that I necessarily think that's the only way to do it, but I think that's like they want to incentivize that to a degree, right? Make that like it's an okay option.
乗ってきたわよ。重くいくのね。激しくいくのね。
Bonk him.
ハレル
I do think the next main story for JP is Lostbelt 6, but it's not. I doubt it's just gonna be Lostbelt 6. And oh, it's done, right? There's probably, you know, like how 5 wasn't like that. There'll probably be something.
こうしなくちゃわからないようね。
よいしょっと。気楽に気楽
鋭くい
に。
くのね。
David's gonna be very tanky this turn at least, though. I just like all this MP gain down. They did that on purpose though. Like they wanted fucking Shen Gong is alive, but they wanted, you know, between the drain and everything, they wanted it to be kind of a bitch for you to get your NP.
鋭くいくのね。
And obviously there's way to circumvent that, especially if you're using like Waver and Cast Story and all that nonsense. But a lot of players aren't gonna have that. So. Actually, this fight would I think legit be really tough for people if this was one of those fights where you did not get support. You had to use story support. Because most people are gonna, you know, circumvent these things with Waver, Cast Story, or Merlin, or just solo it with her, you know, whatever. But I could definitely see this being like a Demeter, you know, thing if you had just story support. I don't think it's quite as hard as Demeter, but yeah, I think it'd be up there though. It'd be a problem. Look at all these debuffs. I probably should have cast Charisma on turn 1 because it'd be on the way to becoming back, and yeah, that would have made it pretty easy to have killed Limbo next turn. Land the defense buff, you son of a bitch. 80%. It's literally 80%. It's not a big deal. Okay, he got it on Martha. I'm not sure if he got it on David. It's hard to tell. Thinking he did not. And David has a million debuffs, so. Man, I still can't keep Martha alive, man. This is crazy. I'm gonna Charisma here. We're gonna try. We really want to fucking kill him here, but then I may not have my NP. Well, no, I should. We may have a million NP downs, but we still have Hansa's skill, so. Fucking Christ! And then he crits. Oh my god. Jesus, dude. It is so. Oh, I really. Okay, on a more like advanced team that has like stronger supports, Martha's okay here. I don't think Martha's a good carry here at all because it's like it doesn't matter that her third skill works. She still dies like it's nothing. She doesn't counter Limbo or Godjuna, and she has no hard survival. Like she will just fall over dead, as we are seeing here. And like I'm babysitting her pretty fucking hard here. Like if you're gonna get like carried by something in a team setting, like you're not gonna just summon like, you know, her to solo or whatever. I mean, if anything, you want a Knight class, because a Knight class won't die in 2 seconds against Limbo, and they do as much damage to Godjuna as anyone else. So like a Knight class with niches makes way more sense than a Ruler. Like, I'm gonna try to make it work just cause, but it's not that good. I mean, she just melts so fast. Because like, David's not melting at all, because one, he has survivability in his kit, but also because he's taking half damage, where she's taking full damage. It's just too much. Like, it's way too much. I mean, there's not a lot more that this account could do to Babysitter. Like, this is basically all of the low stuff that it has to keep a unit alive. The other option would be try to kill the boss faster. Like, you work in Mozart and go boom. That might actually be a thing. Crits are nice. Yeah, you know what's funny, Rex? You're not entirely wrong. You'd still be really pushing it, but that would... Let me look real quick. I have no idea what situation my ult account is in. Because someday I am going to Grail Martha. I don't know when, but I may Grail Babbage to 90, then Grail someone else to 90, and then go back to Grailing Babbage. We'll see. But at some point, she's going to get to 90. Oh yeah, she's like Skill Gym Hell. Yeah, these aren't that bad, and we have a lottery. Although, the ult account is probably the one I'm going to play the least in this lottery event, honestly. I'll probably open like 10 boxes and that's it. I'm mainly focusing on the main, and then an A, and then my ult, like this ult, so not a lot of time for it. Although, I tell you, my ult... Because I've been ignoring my ult account for so... Oh, fuck, I just started. Oops. Well, we'll see what happens. But I've been ignoring my ult account for so long. Like, it's always, like, bottom... Because I used to prioritize it a lot, because it was, like, my main ult. But because it's already got a lot of units leveled and stuff, I really haven't done anything on it in ages. And so it's starting to really fall behind on, like, QP and those kinds of things. I'm not giving NA that much love right now, but I'm making sure I get the command codes. Those command codes never come back, and they're just too good not to grab. Okay, Martha getting a pretty nice opening hand, man, though. That ain't so bad. I wish not using Charisma last time was a pretty big mistake. I think we would have killed Limbo if I'd used it turn 1. It's a nice little extra push, right? And then it'll, come back, at some point, so. Although David might just die to Godjuna, we'll see. I have no idea why lotteries don't let you just roll the whole box. I honestly think it's a way to, like, they're wanting to handicap whales and clicker programs and shit like that. They don't want you to get too much value out of it. But it is pretty dumb, in my opinion. I really don't see why. What I always do is when I'm done farming for the day is I use the tickets that I got. I don't do the whole, I have 9 million tickets at the end. I don't think that's a good idea, in my opinion. Because you just whip AP later and there's all kinds, and it's boring. And although what a lot of people do is they use an auto clicker. I mean, oh my god, so many people use auto clickers to turn in their tickets. But I don't ever do stuff like that. I don't care if Hans lands the buffs on himself, really, so I'm not going to do the buff success chance first. Thought about doing the art chain for David, but I mean, again, auto clickers against terms of service, but I don't care, right? Like, I mean, it's like, I'm not going to incentivize people to do it, but I don't care if people use one, right? Just turn in lottery stuff, right? Don't matter to me. Okay, she's doing a little bit better this time. God, we're about to lose so much NP gain though. I almost thought of art chaining there just to make sure we're good on NP gain. I think he drains 20. I did not want George showing up right there. That's really bad. That completely defeats the entire purpose of bringing him. I need to just kill Limbo a turn sooner. That's like the whole problem. Like I just need to kill him a turn sooner. That is so bad. I mean, we would still win. This team would still win. Almost every attempt I've done, this team would still win because Herc will just fucking slaughter the boss. But I don't want to win that way. I want to at least get a good chunk of value out of. I want it to almost any cleanup unit could win, not just Herc specifically. But this is the exact thing that I did not want to have happen. Like he shows up and instantly we go into the NP. Like that's so bad. Like why? There's no point in bringing him, right? So many other things would be better in that situation. It's funny. We literally still win just because of Herc, right? We still win, but. I don't want to win that way if I can help. Well, we'll see how much value we get. Maybe we can get enough out of Martha that I feel justified, but we'll see. I doubt. We break. We're gonna lose all of these buffs, but we'll see what happens. Because like the thing is, if If a Herc just, you know, LOL solos this, then why wouldn't you use your support slot to just summon somebody's Herc, right? Which I guess that really is an easy way to beat this boss, but I mean, at least this setup broke the first health bar. Like, a lot of units could clean this up. Like 300k, you know, Berserker, a lot of, we've already gotten past the buff removal part. A lot of units to clean this up, not just Herc. But I still want to, I feel like I want to do more with it than that. I especially don't like George on this team. Like, it just feels so uncalculated, right? It's like he did nothing. Like, literally, he did nothing. This is just typical Herc beat boss really hard, right? Like, the setup was pretty whatever, right? It doesn't really matter that much. Like, a lot of units can one-shot a Berserker health bar and deal with... Like, honestly, I think Martha was pretty bad here, right? Because a lot of units could do that damage to Arjuna, and they would have survived better against Limbo, right? Like... She was pretty bad against Limbo, honestly. Like, I rate her pretty low there. She did not do a particularly good job there. And actually, I messed up. I shouldn't have... not only is Martha not really a good pick for this at all, although, funny enough, I do think she can solo it. That's a whole different thing. There was no reason to use the evade on her either, which I thought that was going to be the case, but I wanted to see what's going to happen. But, like, if you were going to have a cleanup unit, like let's say this was Ku or whatever, you know, there's all kinds of cleanup units. You'd want to save the evade for them. I mean, Herc's got enough value to win anyway, but yeah, it's not a good play. Well, it's not. I don't really mind Herc winning because, like I said, a lot of cleanup units could win at this point. It wouldn't have to be Herc specifically. It's the fact that Martha did nothing, right? Like nothing special at all. She was actually bad, right? That was not a good show because the only thing that she did was bonk Arjuna, you know, really hard there. But a lot of supports can do that, and they won't get so wrecked by. You don't have to hold their hand so much for the Limbo part, right? Where we were babysitting I mean, all she did was one-shot Arjuna's health bar. That's nothing! Like, you realize how many units can have their MP at that point, and then, you know, one-shot a Berserker? I mean, it's a Berserker, for God's sakes, right? So, like, she was pretty crappy. Like, I mean, I guess I'll give her credit for the fact that rulers just are not good here for the most part, and she did the bare minimum, right? What you would want out of, like, a frontline DPS that you're babysitting is to at least break the first health bar, and then have cleanup for the second health bar, right? That's how I think a lot of people would beat this stage. Like, when this comes to NA, I think you're gonna see a lot of people beat this stage in that kind of way, or just solo it, and there's a decent number of people who solo this, but I think a lot of people would do that, and at least Martha needs to bear, you know, minimum of that, but there's a lot of better options than that, like, especially because she takes so much damage against Limbo, where like a Grailed Coup would be better than that. Because like a Grailed Coup, for example, you don't need to babysit at all during the Limbo phase, and so you could bring more damage people, and so you can have like, you know, some damage up for him, so that even he's gonna, because he's got his own attack up, right, and even he's gonna one-shot Limbo's health bar, right? It's not hard for Ku to do 200,000 even with his little damage resist thing, right? I will say Herc was coming, well, he wasn't coming at that close. We win this turn, and we actually get to attack again because we have guts, and if I had messed up, we would have evade, so Herc had quite a bit. I want to do this. Okay, I know I need to wrap up soon, but I want to mess around with DPS a little bit more because Martha was so unsatisfying, dude. That was so unsatisfying. And I actually kind of want to know what would happen if we summoned kind of a mid-range support, and we do try to use Q as a DPS or something. So I wonder if an 80 Q would work. Like 100 Q would obviously work, but I wonder if an 80 Q could do it. I'm thinking he could. We'll see. Especially if he's low in health when you get to the boss, then certainly. If you're full health when you get to the boss, maybe not. Yeah, some NPs on like emulators and some phones, like a lot of phones these days, a lot of the sound effects get messed up like that. It's is weird, man. Like she would have been, dude. Seriously, Luvia would have been better because she also is going to do plenty of damage because the boss is evil. But then she has like the 3-turn defense up and everything. That's overall that's better. Like that's absolutely better. Alright, what's something reasonable to summon? God, I wish you could just not summon anything. I wish that was nothing says this account can do it on its own. Like, you just don't summon fucking anything, right? But instead you try to summon something that's kind of like reasonable, but not, you know, bad, right? That's always hard. It's so hard to find something that's helpful, but not you know, shite. Summon Mash. Actually, Mash would be fine here. Summoning like a regular Mash would not, it'd be alright. It wouldn't be the best thing ever, but it'd be fine. And give everyone the defense up, the damage cut. You know, if she gets her NP, if you wanted to like use that to buffer Coup. You know what? I'm doing it. Let's find, I do this so rarely. Fuck it, why not? Let's summon Mash. That's the thing. I guess the only bad thing about Mash is you really do like night classes here because of the way Limbo works, and Mash is obviously not a night class, so that's like the one bad thing. That is the wrong slot. Okay, there we go. All right, so let me think. David's alright. I don't mind him. The main thing is let me think. You want somebody, I mean, really, you should probably summon a DPS still to just kill Limbo then, right? That would kind of make more sense. But, what does this account have to kill Limbo? So, there's that. It really is smarter to, when I think about this, it really is smarter to summon the DPS, if you're in this account situation anyway. Because I wouldn't want to use Coup to kill Limbo, right? Because then you're not gonna have your NP. And I don't have like Bedivere or Billy. Billy would be so nice right now, like on this account. That would be very helpful. And yeah, Bedivere or Billy would be the thing, but this account just has fuck all for night classes, man. You try to get David's NP, it's okay. He doesn't get his bonus damage, but it's fine. Robin is fine. I kinda like David more though, just because of the charisma. I don't know how David would do. Let's try it real quick. I'm kind of curious. I really am kind of curious as to how he would do. You could get Black Rail to somebody. You honestly might want to give it to David more than Coup. I don't think Coup's gonna be pushing it that hard on damage. Like, I don't think it's gonna be that bad. Although you do want to give Coup some kind of long-term damage because, you know, the drain, the NP drain. What does this account even have? It probably's got like a random Heaven's Feel or something, but I don't know what the hell to give him because of the drain. Imaginary round, if I had it. I have no idea if I have it or not, but that'd be alright. That would be the one. I probably won't do that just because it's such a specific CE, but that's pretty good right there. Just casual 35% damage there, anti-berserker. Do defense stuff. Doesn't work on the damage resistance, but always Art of Death. That's more friendly. So I doubt it works on Limbo. Boy, this account is super limited when it comes to CEs. Dear God. I'm just doing that because you could just do Art of Death instead, so fuck it. This account is just so limited, I gotta use what I got, otherwise I'm gonna be using nothing, so. Oh, we do have Art of Death. Okay, we'll do that instead. It's 10% weaker. A bit more reasonable. And a lot of people are gonna have Art of Death, so. Okay, David is the iffy part of this team, definitely. It's okay on Canis, and it might even be good, but it's hard to test because we need to get it at a high level to compare it to things like Golden Sumo and everything else. But if you have Star Bomb command codes for her, and you give her the CE, it's certainly alright. I'm not sure if it's meta or not, though. We'll have to see. I almost want to not use Q's protection from arrows. Nah, I think we use it. The reason is because of Ash. It's kind of tricky.
ステータスアップこれで耐えます落ち着いてはい
Maybe I should have done 2 of David's cards and put Mash's card in 3rd place there. Because we want David in P game. Like, we need to get on that. Nice damage, nerd.
神明会長私は最悪の席に立つそれは全ての傷
Yeah, the issue with this setup is purely if David is going to do enough damage. I'm not sure. So maybe I should have waited to cast that. It'd be nice if you could have the attack buff linger into Limbo. But it let me Arc Chain, so that was nice. Nice damage. Imagine if you had Mash and Waver, like, my god. Never take any damage ever.
Hi.
I don't think David's gonna have what it takes here. Yeah, overall, I think it's so easy to keep Ku alive that you should just summon a DPS. If you're wanting Ku to be your bop Godjuna in the face, yeah, I think you just summon a DPS. That's good for Limbo. That just seems to make way more sense to me. We'll see though. Thought about using Mash's card, because getting another Mash in P would be pretty nice. I actually think, now that I think about it, Mash is bad here. She's making it so Ku's taking no damage, and that's not good. You actually want Ku to take damage, I think. We'll see, maybe we just don't kill Limbo for a minute. Let's see what George or David does here. Because yeah, I think if you're letting Ku die to Godjuna is in T, you might as well have him low in health so he does more damage. It just makes sense. Okay, 67k. It's Probably should have focused more on damage, actually. Okay, we gotta be pretty tactical here. I would like to get Mash's MP one more time. I want Ku to be kind of low in health, but I don't want him to die. Let me think. I really wish Mash had her art card right now. I don't care if David dives anymore. Although it would be nice if he could Charisma, but overall it's not that important. I'm going to not use protection arrows, I think. Because he has defense. It's not like he's going to die this turn, I don't think, so.
Hi. Target.
Okay.
じゃあまあぶちかますかね
Is Nash worth... Oh god, why did I bring Robin? Why did I bring Robin? Robin makes no sense. Why did I bring Robin? I should have literally anyone but Robin. The boss is immune to debuffs. It don't make no sense. Yep, that was dumb. Okay, Do I save Mash? How much do I want her in P? I mean, it's, she's about to get drained though, and she still doesn't have an art card. I really dislike that.
Ayo. Oh, 行くぜ。ええってな。Shit.
She still doesn't have an art card, so there was no point in me saving her. Good lord. I like how, like, the other deck had, like, done it in a way where I was gonna go a long time without art cards, and then when it reset, it put all of our art cards in the back again, right? Like, god, that sucks, dude. Like, there was no point in me saving her then. Like, none. It is irrelevant. Like, the whole point was trying to give her, like, the attack buff to the team, but, she's not gonna have it. That's so lame. Oh my god, we didn't kill her. Yeah, now she just dies. So why did I use the evade on her? Like, what did that matter? And again, George shows up and gets MP by the boss. Although I guess he's got the evade this time, so he'll live. But that just didn't do anything. Like, it just didn't do a damn thing. And then Robin really don't make no sense here. I mean, this shows though why I was saying about Martha not mattering. I think they're still gonna do what they needed to do, right? But Mash was meh. It could have been fine. That was more bad luck than Mash, really. This might break. I don't know. I think we needed buffs. I think we needed at least like Mash's buff. Because Robin is just not. You know, if Robin was literally anyone else single target, I think it'd be fine. But I mean, Herc, I think could still clean this up. I think Herc could still clean this up because the way his Bond CE works. But that could have been a lot better.
世界の歯車は壊れた。
Yeah, that sound effect's not bugged at all. I should have taunted on Lord. It's like, yeah, taunt anyway. I mean, this still works because the buff removal on the boss doesn't work on Herc, right? So, I mean, this still works, but that was really sloppy. I mean, Mash is okay, but it's just way better to summon a DPS, I would think. And then, for love of God, don't use Robin. Yeah, you wouldn't be so great here. I mean, like, I tell you what, now, as a support, it'd be very stupid to summon you. But let's say you're looking at this account. If I could summon, if one of these units was you, right, assassin you, instead of some of the stuff that I have, it'd be all right. Like, it'd be better than Robin was and things like that. Like, it's all right. But, you know, Limbo will rip her to shreds, and then she's AoE, and, like, there's just a lot of, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But she does okay damage and stuff, because she's a 4-star, and she's the big attack up and all that. So she can do okay damage to Godjuna, but nothing. But okay, now I'm not summoning Mash again. That's so just doesn't make any sense. I feel like there's literally nothing I can summon that I'm going to enjoy, because it's either things that are going to make the boss way too easy, like just so easy, or they're literally pointless, right? Like so much stuff on the support list would just LOL murder this boss, but I don't want to do that. And then like there's nothing like, I'm trying to think of what's like a normal DPS I can summon. I mean, I could summon Bedivere, I suppose. I wonder if that would be good enough. Probably, if it was Grailed maybe, but I think I'd rate, like, he's fine, but I don't think he's gonna like, he's not getting like one-shot limbo or anything. Feels bad, Grailed, Bedivere, 8, 10, 6. The fuck is that? What on earth is that CE? I don't even know. I do kind of want to see how Bedivere does, because that's just kind of interesting. Like, especially if he could, like, kill Limbo without using his first skill, then you give his first skill to somebody. Like, that's okay. Like, the thing is, this account has so few units, I'm not even sure what you would replace Robin with. I mean, Bedivere if he was leveled, but at what is leveled, is not a whole lot that really will do all that much to Godjuna, really. I mean, there's that for just some damage, and that. But yeah, most of this stuff's not gonna really do that much more than Robin did. Legitimately, summoning Canis would not be that bad here because she's actually pretty flexible. She could be that cleanup unit in the back instead of Herc, right? She's not as good as Herc for that, but she's still really good for that. Like, she totally would work. And then she'd be fine in the front row too. She has self-survival, her normal card damage is so high, she doesn't really need to NP Limbo to help you fuck them up. And things like that. She'd be alright. She wouldn't be amazing for the Godjuna part though, because she's AoE. It is funny though that she can solo this, but then she's just okay, like here on the team. I gotta wait like one turn to do their third skill and stuff. I want protection from arrows to be gone. Oh yeah, animation update. I forgot about that. Okay, I don't really like him doing that on turn 1. I really don't like him doing that on turn 1. Cause yeah, now I can't cast defense up. Cause well, I could. I don't like this setup. There's a lot here that I'm not liking right now. It might work. I mean, it'll work as a Herc, right? Like, it'll definitely work as a Herc, but there's like a really weird mix here of like kind of having survivability but not quite enough, and like we kind of have damage but not quite enough. Like it's just a lot of wonk. Like by the time we get to the boss's MP, we've basically done nothing. Like the one thing I liked about Mash with David was that was a lot of art cards, because Mash's MP was like a controlled art card. The lack of art cards here is noticeable. Because look at this, it took us this long, and like Bedivere's finally getting his MP, but we're just gonna get drained. Yeah, literally the two, David and Bedivere is who we care about for NP, and neither of them have their NP, and they're not that close. So yeah, the main thing I don't like about that is the deck. The deck with that is just, ugh. And also, I guess with that team, you wouldn't need Ku anymore. There was just like no more point for Ku there. I mean, there's a second Camelot movie, so there could be more Camelot animation updates later. I'm just trying to think of a DPS that I'd like to try out, like, Deer Mid, that's actually kind of fun. Limbo is just so awkward for budget teams, man. Like, he is so fucking awkward. Look at my main. I want to try a DPS out that's not gonna just... I know, I don't want to use one of the, like, just stupid OP ones, but, everything like my friends have slotted or lol, that, you know, he would do really fine at the beginning, but he'd do really bad at the end there, but, okay, now this is something I'd like to try, because this is awkward as hell. Let me think of a CE that's, like, at least vaguely relevant, but not, like, anything too crazy. Maybe just... I might seriously just do Golden Sumo, because obviously the starting NP does nothing, but then it's just a 15% damage CE, which is so baseline. And I feel like when most people are going to summon, is going to be in that range, right? Like, Golden Sumo without the starting NP is pretty meh. Like, it really is pretty meh. But because of that, I think it makes it, like, on par with what most people can summon from their support list. Now, this is a really bad idea because, you know, Berserkers are not going to do it good against Limbo, but I want to see if she is capable. Because, look, we babysat Martha, right? Martha was seriously not good for this, right? So I want to see if you could babysit a Berserker, because she'll kill Limbo faster. I want to see if, like, if you can babysit her enough. Probably not. At least not on this account, right? This might go very wrong, but... I'm curious if this can work. Because she doesn't even have an upgraded NP. Like, there's a lot that's not good about this. Like, there's a lot that's not good about this. But there's a few things that are good, so... we shall see. You know what? We'll give him NP charge on death. I have no idea why I didn't do that earlier. That makes so much sense. I have no idea what I even gave him before. But, that's a very logical thing to give him. Well, Pin doesn't have to live as long, and I could just use the evade on her, like, really early. Because we didn't need... You know, although, the thing is, I'd love for a DPS to get there and still have the evade, because that way... You know, like I said, I want it so a lot of cleanup units would work, not just her, right? Which, I mean, Martha did get to that point. Like, really, Martha made it far enough that you really would not need Herc to have made it that long. But, okay, not a good opening hand at all. Actually, I wish we did not get that Pinth card. I really wish we did not get that Pinth card. You either want to get multiple or none. Getting one just means we're going to do less damage later, but we can't really do any damage now. So, like, that's awful. I look weird buffing like this, but I'm hoping we, like, get to Godjuna in basically exactly 5 turns. That's kind of the idea here. For a Berserker to work, though, you would really want Waver. That's, or, I mean, I guess Scatty if they're quick, or, you know, whatever. But you'd want quick charge, right? So they just get their NP and kill Limbo. Shingong living longer than I would like. If she lives next turn, it's not so bad. She may not, though. Uh-oh. Immune, though? How about that? Woo, boy, do I not like anything about this at all. Give me a triple buster. Let's go, triple buster. Nope. It's not, I mean, we'll see. It's not completely over yet. Give me a second. The fact I have to use evade here, though, makes it obvious. Even if it works, it's no better than Martha, right? But, I mean... that kind of shows what I'm talking about, though, why Martha literally wasn't that good. Like, there are a million DPS you could summon that would do better than Martha. Like, basically any decent knight class. Okita, Masashi, any of that, right? Because they'll kill Limbo at a decent speed, and then their AP won't have a problem taking out, you know, just the 200k health bar of Godjuna. That's literally all they have to do, right? So I'm like, that's why I was so unimpressed with Martha. Okay, this just doesn't work. So like, we just never got a good normal card hand, and like we're not killing him fast enough. So kind of GG there. Could theoretically work though. You could definitely get luckier hands and kill him that turn, and then you could bust up Godjuna next turn. Like it could work. What's funny is this team will still win because Herc can deal with the buff removal. Like, well, as long as we could kill a Limbo right now, we would still win. Because you just let Godjuna kill the other two, and then Herc can solo what's left, right? That's why I want to do better, because Herc just has so much bullshit wiggle room that, yeah, no, Cersei obviously cannot take Godjuna. She couldn't even if it wasn't for the debuff immunity, so... Billy's kind of an interesting idea. It'd be really up, could he, he'd need to NP twice, would be the thing. And I'm not sure he'd be able to do that, because of the drain. I mean, you might, I don't know, you could maybe set him up to crit to deal with Limbo. You'd probably need different supports than what we're working with. But maybe you could get some lucky crits and then NP the walls, because, you know, a Grail Billy could do 200k without too much trouble. Man, I'm really not having fun right now because everything I'm looking at, like on my support list, is just way too strong, or it's not gonna work. I really hate when this happens. Because it's just boring if you could do like, oh, just summon Masashi or some, you know, top tier knight class DPS. It's just kind of boring. A big part of that though is because this account just doesn't have any, like, it doesn't have any options really for like supporting units, so you kind of just have to. If you need another DPS, right, you have to pick a really good one, and that's just kind of boring to me. The main issue is that most of the stuff that I can think of that would be kind of fun to try out against Godjuna just doesn't really do anything against Limbo. And Limbo is just the biggest, like, because he's AoE, right, it's just so much total damage, and if you take a long time to kill him, you're just, it's not great. So, like, I can think of so many things that you could, like, set up to do the damage to Godjuna, but then they might do okay against Limbo, but nothing great. Actually, a Grail Taiga would be kind of interesting. If you could get, like, if she could take out Limbo with the crits, maybe? Non-Virgil could be fun. That's kind of a fun one, because, you know, you could loop, potentially. He'd still have a really hard time with just the fact that, you know, the NP drain. Both of them. But, let's see if Beastly's got his Non-Virgil up. That's an interesting one. I don't remember which account of his is which. I think it's on his just Beastly. I've got mine, but I think mine is like... I haven't upped his skills yet because he uses bones. Although mine is, because mine is pretty fucking scuffed, if it worked, it'd be pretty cool. Like, see, this would work really well, Ares unit here, but that's too much. Well, I don't know, maybe in a team, and they might struggle a little bit just to loop their NP. Wait, you passed him? What? I don't think I've ever seen Beastly pop. Oh, there's Beast. Oh, that's right, he's got him in the all slot. Why does everybody have to do that? God! Okay, I almost want to use Merlin now, because this is so different from what we were doing before. The only thing that's bad about this is, oh my god, there is so much RNG when he gets his art card, because his art card is going to be so important. So, the nice thing is, though, if you get to Godjuna and you don't have your NP, you can just evade, and Godjuna won't remove your buff. For, like, when he does his instacast NP. And then if you have your NP, you don't care. Maybe we cut that. I'm not sure that's worth it anymore. It was okay. I really do like Mozart if you could somehow make him not die immediately. I mean, I guess you could do this. Do Parted Sea for George, just in case he shows up at that, like, bullshit, horrible turn. I don't know about Hans, though. Like, if you can time it, Mozart's better. Like, maybe we do that. No, because Hans will get his MP drained. Never mind. What is David even doing here? I'm not sure. I mean, he gives the attack up, gives an art deck. What else is there? I mean, someone else to do damage to Limbo would be fine. He was okay. I mean, David's alright. The art deck makes... Okay, we'll try this. I kind of like the art deck. Now, it's not use the all slot. It's that I know so many people where, like, the unit that everybody wants to summon from them is always in the all slot, and then so you always look for, like, that slot, like if they're a Lancer or a Saber, right? Because obviously people are going to want to summon not Virgil, like, way more than Bedivere. No offense to Bedivere, but... and I do this too, to you know, like, I put Ku in my all slot as well, instead of the Lancer slot. But that doesn't actually make any sense, right? Like, because if most people are looking to use my Ku, you know, the first thing you're going to think of is Lancer slot, generally, because that's what Ku is, right? And so it'd make more sense, really, for me to put Canis in the all slot and Ku in the Lancer slot, but I don't do that, and nobody does that, because you always think, oh, all slot, you know, kind of showed the account off, right? But nobody looks at the all slot, right? If anything, I blame DW, because the all slot is just, it doesn't work very well, right? It doesn't actually do the job of, like, being the easiest, most accessible, like, leader slot. It's not that. Like, it's not that at all, right? I guess you could, like, I don't know how you would fix that, though. That's the thing. You know, that's reasonable as well. Like, I see a lot of people do that with the writer because of that, and that does make sense. Like I said, I do the same thing. You know, I put Ku in my fucking all slot, and that don't make any goddamn sense. I wonder if I just crit right now. Like, gas. I don't know. You want to get his NP. I think we do. We're not going to need the crit too much later. We mostly just need the art up later, I think. Because yeah, we have to go from 0 to 100. That's the thing. Oh my god, that's why Waver is so broken here, because it just brings you back from the drain. Wait, no, I should have done the art up, right? We're not planning on keeping. What am I thinking? We're not keeping Mozart alive. What am I thinking? Yeah, I totally should have done that last turn, because art crit with art up is, you know, good. Oops. Well, I guess we'll do it now, but that would have definitely been better on the previous turn. Excuse me. I forgot how math works. For some reason, I was thinking we were keeping Mozart alive, but we absolutely are not doing that. Yeah, would probably have my MP right now if I had not fucked that up. Okay, I'm actually glad we didn't get an art card there. If I get his MP, we're really likely to get another art card, and that's really good. We just need David not to die because, or actually, we need no one to die because that'll shuffle the deck, and we do not want the deck to shuffle. So he has to get. I think he'll get his NP. He gets 10 from Hans, and then the boss attacking. And whatever from the quick card. We need 16 total. Because, you know, the roundup. So I think we're alright. Unless the boss triple debuffs, and then we're... Okay, no, we already got it. Wow, Jesus. Okay. Do you use the attack up? You want to kill here. You definitely want to kill here. If I was level like 80, I probably would, but I think we'll do this. Only one art card, that's a bit rough. This is where like Hohenheim would be better. A lot better, honestly. Probably would have been better than Mozart. Even with the crits. Oh, damn it. I mean, it's still okay, but yeah, you take the 20. Man, that sucks. That sucks. That would have been so smooth, man. Yeah, I think that sucks. I think it still works, but that would have been so much better. And see, now we got the NP down and everything. I mean, it's fine. You're expecting them all to die when Godjuna goes boom, but that definitely could be more satisfying. Jesus, though, he gets that back. Okay, I will say this. I was slightly low undervaluing Martha, but the thing is, because like, you know, he's not breaking there, but here's the thing. What she gains in breaking that bar relatively easily, you really lose in how bad she was at dealing with the with Limbo, right? She was really bad against Limbo, and like this isn't going so great, but obviously, like the way this is set up, it's okay if he doesn't break it right there, right? And if we had not had that slip up with like the 1000, with like him having just a sliver of health and everything, we could have had a lot more value there, and we could pretty easily loop again. And then again, Herc doesn't care about the buff removal and stuff. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it is good that Martha can take out that health bar so easily. Like she really does, and I was undervaluing that a bit. But like I said, you pay for it. She's better for the Arjuna part, but she's really not that great for that part. And the reason why he's not as great there is just because he doesn't have an upgraded NP, and all his NP damage is good. It's not like, you know, he's not gonna have a super, you know, you have to have some kind of help. We gave him no help there, right? We had no like real support for him. You would need some kind of support, like you would need to save your attack up buffs and everything to kill there. Now that's a thing. Although, if I was going to do that, I would use mine because higher MP rank. But let's see, what else can I try here? You could definitely win though with not Virgil. Like that can work. No, I'm not doing any more solos. We already did plenty. I don't really want to do any more. Especially because there's honestly just way more RNG for most units than I would like. There's only a few units that do it without RNG. And it's just not very fun. I don't really like when the fights are that random and you're just hoping for like the right thing to line up on the right turn. It's not very fun. And then like the units that can do it, it's kind of boring. Like I've already done it with Ku a million times, and you know Herc is unbelievably easy. So it's just I don't really want to do any more right now. If they ever had story replay though, I'd do it from time to time. I wonder how I could use my Ku, I bet you, as the DPS, to be honest. I really think I could do that because of, you know, if you get him low in health, just how, like, he just does so much fucking damage with that first skill. But dear God, if I was going to summon my Ku, it'd be so stupid to use him on a team. That doesn't make any sense. I will say though, the nice thing about Martha is if you have her yourself, that is really nice for this fight. You know, maybe not the best for if you're summoning her, but it is obvious that she can fill the role of, like, you know, one of the main functions you need in this fight. I mean, Rex, it's because I'm not satisfied. I don't want to stop with such an unsatisfying moment. I'm trying to think of what else would be, really, it's a lot harder than I thought for an account as bad as this one. That's the main thing. This account fucking sucks, other than Herc, obviously, but it's, with this shitty of an account, it's really hard to deal with Limbo without summoning something just like, that's, you know, strong-arming it like crazy. There's not a lot of room for finesse because he's AoE. That's the thing, he drains your NP and he's AoE, so it's like, that really kills the chance for fun there. I mean, I wasn't gonna play Genshin today anyway. I'm probably not gonna play it again on stream until 1.2 drops, which is really soon, but that's why, because it's so soon and, you know, it's adding a bunch of stuff. I'm like, yeah, I'll just stream it then. Because, like, most of the setups I'm doing, I just feel like are so inferior to just, like, summoning fucking Waver, right? Like, they're so inferior to that I'm not, they're not great. I'm trying to think of what's another night class or something like that I'd want to try out. But wait, let's see, who else has anti, though, divinity? Like, that's a thing to look at. Oh, Scath. Now that's something I wouldn't mind trying, actually. Scath could be pretty fun. The problem with Scath would be, she's not good for Limbo at all. Oh my god, she's not good for Limbo at all. But that's a fun one. That's another anti-divinity person, and she's way tankier than Martha. Give me 1 second, I need to get water real quick. But you may Rex, if you put up your, yeah, sure, Limbo's undead, actually. Yeah, let's try. I like that. A level 90 NP2 Scath is really reasonable, and I think that compares to Martha pretty well. I want to see if we can have somebody that can do the kind of thing that Martha does, but doesn't need so much hand-holding for the or luck with the Limbo part. But give me 1 second, I'll be right back. I gotta say though, if you really were in this account situation and you did not have Herc, you probably would just summon somebody to solo this. That probably, or you know, Waver or Merlin. But if for whatever reason you didn't want to use Waver or Merlin, that probably would be the easiest way, right? This boss is somewhat susceptible to, you know, Herc smash, and if you don't have Herc, you can summon someone else's Herc, right? And then there's a few other units that can solo it pretty easily. I see what you did there, Rex. Funnily enough, that's actually really bad here, but that's fine. I kind of want a CE that's bad, because most people, their support list will have starting NP, and then you won't get it, and you'll be like, God damn it, I wish they had a different CE. But you know, that's why most people are going to do it, so. I almost wonder if you do use Mozart, and you try to crit with their third skill, and kill Limbo that way. But is that Scath or Scatty in that CE? I guess it's Scath. Because isn't Scatty's hair lighter? As far as I know, that's like the only fucking difference between them. Unless the art style is just whack, then I assume that's Scath. I almost want to try Mozart. It's kind of silly, but if you get a nice crit, let's try it real quick. Like if you get a big crit, that'd be pretty good. And you have 2 turns to get it, so. Oh yeah, if it's named that too, then there's no question. Yeah, that's Scath. I mean, the darker hair and the name, it's definitely. That is funny though how similar they are. Yeah, Scatty's hair is more like, you know, pure purple, more. Scath's is like, I don't know, burgundy or something. Okay, that is not exactly the kind of hand I would want, although the art card is nice. I guess we do the art up, but we don't do the crit, I think. Mozart is probably not the right call here, but I am starting to see though, and I've seen this many times in this account, Hohenheim is pretty. I normally level Mozart first, but with the way the game is these days, I do think Hohenheim is a pretty decent thing to level pretty early on an account. Just because, I mean, 50% NP gain for 3 turns, man, like, it's pretty good. Okay, does Scath want to use her other skills here? The problem is, okay, hold on. We're definitely doing this, like, no question. I'm just kind of worried that she's going to do too much damage. I don't, maybe I don't use her second skill? Let me think. Her second skill is a 6-turn cooldown. I need to not, I think Hans is wrong then. I should probably change Hans. Maybe I do the second skill. Can I stall for 6 turns though? I don't know if I can stall for 6 turns. Like, Limbo's gonna get pretty fucked up here, I think. Like, I think 5 turns is about the most I could stall, I feel. Let's try it with just this. See what happens. My god, though. Can you imagine if... Jesus, can you imagine if we didn't use our crit skill? Fuck. Oh yeah, that's what Scath needs. NP gain down. Yeah, that's that's what she wants to see, and that really helps her out. But good lord. Honestly, this is you probably wouldn't bring David. You probably just want someone else to do some like quick damage, I would think. I really think Bedivere is awesome here though, for like not to be summoned, but on your own account. Bedivere is just great. Like I think I'd like him more than David for a lot of people because he can get his NP okay speed, defense up, and like the NP up for them and stuff. All right, we need 3 turns. Who do I give this to? David doesn't really matter, to be honest. I mean, if he gets his NP, that's great, but it's not that important. Oh yeah, she gets drained. Yeah, I have to give it to her. Forgot about that. Maybe maybe I should have used her other skills. I don't know, we might have done too much damage to Limbo. He'd like literally be about to fall over dead if I had done like her crit up. He actually might be dead now, and that would probably not be good. Although you could set a team up that's supposed to do that, and you'd bring like VR Mash and George to kind of buy time for your playing team, like Perk or Coup or whatever. Like you could do it that way. It's not really set up on anything right now. Okay. I think we just focus on killing him now. Well, we do need a little bit more NP gain, but we also need to kill him. He has 2 more ticks. I think we do the damage, because, yeah, he'll hit us. He needs to die pretty soon. Go. Dear God, if that Buster card had crit, though, that would have been really bad. Okay. We can kill him right now. That would be ideal. Definitely iffy on David in this set, though. Oh, fuck. Ooh! Woo! I should have put her quick card last. I was being greedy. That was not smart. That was not smart. Yeah, if I put her quick card last there, we would not have needed the crit. Okay, please tell me I timed this right. I didn't look at my skills last turn. Okay, I did. Thank God. Okay, this is a really, like, normal scath, right? Like, it's not 90, no command codes, NP2, so I'm very curious what this is going to be. It's gonna do a lot. Yeah, I mean, it is gonna do a lot. He does. Oh, he's fucked. Never mind. Gee, I was like, he's got damage resistance, but oh my God, that just. See, I like this more than Martha because. Oh my God, what the fuck? What the fuck? Dude, you could totally make a setup just built around Scath, for God's sakes. Like, that is, like, she can one-shot this health bar, fuck. Although this performed almost exactly the same as the Martha setup, I have just straight up like it better because we did, it was so much less RNG on the limbo part, and like, you know, we didn't need, if somehow that didn't break, she had her own evade, and so we still have the evade from the Mysticode and stuff, and George is still alive. Well, actually, he's probably gonna die because I didn't cast Guts like an idiot, but if I had done that, if I had been smart there and like cast Guts there, you could have if this wasn't Herc, you could get you could use him as a taunt now, right? And you could use George like that, and then get 1 extra turn, and then 1 more turn from this, and then whatever they have. Like, you absolutely would not need, you know, something as strong as Herc here. Like, a lot of things to clean this up. I think a 70 coup could clean this up now. Because you'd get the 1 turn from Taunt, you get the 1 turn from Mysticode, you get his Guts, you get his Evade, you're gonna get low on health. Like, you could easily do 300k with a 70 coup with that much time. So I like this way better. It's funny, this probably looks no different to most people watching it, but I like this so much fucking better than the Martha one. Although I will say, Martha's still, you know, she's a 4-star, and, you know, she basically did the same thing with just a little bit more RNG, but honestly, though, with a stronger account, if you had better units, the babysitting Martha for the limbo part wouldn't even be hard, and then it's fine, right? And because Martha's got a battery, and she got the debuff immunity, and she's easily gonna one-shot the health bar too, so I did kind of undervalue Martha when we first did this, but I do think Scath was, and I like Scath because she was just 90 in V2, right? So I like that better. By the way, Scath is really good. Even without her buff, she's really good. Because really, her buff didn't really matter there. It gave her some wiggle room if we had some NP gain issues, right? If we had like not gotten her NP gain by the time we killed Limbo, it would assure that. And, you know, guarantees you get the crit buff and stuff. But she would have done that without it. Like, I mean, hell, she would have done that at NP1. She could have done. I mean, seriously, she could have done that at NP1 without her buff, right? Like that's is pretty good. Let's see, would it be possible to break the first bar with Herc or someone else and nuke the last one with Scath? Let me see. I mean, yeah, you can, it'd be random as fuck to use Herc there because his Gutsy is not very helpful when you have him out like that. Against an AoE boss especially. But you could, like with Mozart, set up like, you know, he's got his crit up, his attack up, and you just melt Limbo. But I don't know how the fuck you would deal with, how you deal with Godjuna. Like, if you had a different DPS unit, okay, so basically, if you owned Scath, right? If you had Scath, and you wanted to use her as the cleanup unit, like, so it was, where Herc is right now, it was Scath, you could do that, but then what you would summon would need to be something that would deal with Limbo in the first health bar, like we just did, right? Like, so example, how this ended with George could have still been alive, right, and it could have been Scath. Scath would have 1,000,000% worked as the cleanup unit, because she could have come in, she's not going to get MP drained anymore, because that's not in this part of the fight. You know, she would have the evade from the Mystic Code, her own evade, the one turn from George. That is more than enough time for Scath to do 300,000 damage, right? She has the battery skill, she's probably going to start with 50% starting MP. You could just do, you know, Art Buster quick. You're going to get your MP in, like, no time. You easily get your MP in time. She could be MP 1, right? And then she could do the 300k. Like, she's totally fine as a cleanup unit. But that's why I was trying to change this. I wanted to change it so the cleanup unit could be a lot more units, where it didn't have to be Herc specifically. And, like, I like this so much more because, like I said, a 70 coup could be the fucking cleanup unit here. Actually, a 70 coup is actually a really good cleanup unit here because he's got that attack up now, and again, he just has so many turns of he cannot die that, I mean, 300k on a Berserker is just, that's not that big of a deal for him. Like, even at 70, that really is not that big of a deal.
Okay.
Like, I'm very confident if we did this exact same team, but it was coup instead of Herc here, it would have absolutely worked. That could be true with Martha as well. It's just a little shakier. But, like, yeah, Herc is winning in flying colors. He still has one Guts, and then another Guts, and then evade, and then you have to go again, right? And then he's got his NP right now, so... but okay, I think we'll move on finally. But I'm pretty happy with this. This definitely would have worked with, like, more budget cleanup. That's what I wanted. I wanted something where if all you had was coup or something like that, and it wasn't even Grailed, I wanted it to work, and that definitely would have worked. The Martha one would have, like I said, would have too, but the Martha fight is good. Actually, coup at 444 would have worked too. His attack buff doesn't change with skill rank, and you would never need any of your skills to go around the loop. Like, I'm serious, 70 coup 444 would have worked there. Because you get the one turn off of his evade, you get the one turn off the Mystic Code evade, you get the one turn off the taunt, which I don't think you would even need that, but you could get one turn off the taunt. And then, you know, you got your Guts, and if you get, with low on health, he still gets the attack. I mean, it's just 300k, right? Even with the damage resistance, like, that's no problem. Like, 70 coup at 444 is still going to be able to do 300k before he dies against a Berserker. Like, easy. Like, so fucking easy. I almost want to reset that just to show that, because it really would not be hard to do. But I think Rex will fucking deck me in the schnoz if I do this one more. I could seriously just do Scath and coup real quick, though, right? Like, I mean, it'll work, but we'll move on. Because coup, in the short term, actually has some advantages over Herc here. Because Herc doesn't have starting NP. You know, coup in the back row can have starting NP. So he's going to get his NP real quick. And then Ku's NP against a Berserker, you know, upgraded, single target. I mean, Ku's NP does a lot more damage than Herc's, right? Because it's NP 5 versus NP 1. Upgraded, non-upgraded, quick, buster. You know, you get that juicy attack up from his first skill. Like, it... In the short term, honestly, 70 Ku is better than Herc there. Like, I'm serious, he is. Now, if you had, like, 100... Herc with like the card ups and 2k foe and all that, and that's probably going to do better just because those buster cards are going to be so ridiculous. But yeah, no, really, in the short term, Ku is better, like easy. Okay, we got, you know, one more big fight here. Actually, we have two more big fights. We have the, I forgot, we got the tree. Ooh, I might use the tree to make a video. Oh man, I like that fight is so much fun, and there's a lot of units that I could highlight for that. I might make a video out of that. We'll see. Like maybe Canis or something, I don't know. I kind of forgot that, yeah, I can make videos on this account too. But okay, we'll do the big fight with Godjuna next time, which is I think will be easier. Although this account does not have a lot of taunt walls, so we'll see. But I think it'll be easier. We'll do that too. I really want to test Virtua against Limbo, but thankfully Lost also has Virtua, and Lost is here, you know, pretty frequently. So when we want to get around to doing that, it won't be too hard for us to do it. And Limbo is not going anywhere, right? He's not going anywhere until Lostbelt 6 comes out. So no big deal. It took me a while though to be happy with that Godjuna fight there, and I do think I could have been happy with Martha if I just twinked it maybe a little bit, but man, I am so tempted to roll a little bit more in my main because I really want MP3 Beowulf, man. But I mean, this is the only reason I'm tempted, because what if the next 4-star summon ticket is something wild, like you could pick a limited one, right? And at that point I'm like, yeah, I'd rather already have MP3 Beowulf, and then I could pick you know, something else. But I don't know. Because I had to use a lot of SQ, man. Like, I went from 2,000 SQ down to, like, 1,700, right? That kind of sucks. And I'm telling you, man, I want to be bad luck proof for Lostbelt 6, right? I know Lostbelt 6 is still far away, but here's the thing. What if they add, like, one thing that I like before Lostbelt 6, right? What if they just randomly added something pretty awesome a little bit before Lostbelt 6? And then they add Lostbelt 6, and they do add Sir K, right? So that's what I'm worried about. Now, there is the other side where they might be like, lol, you don't like anything in Lostbelt 6. What were you saving for, asshole, right? Because the main thing is, it's like, they may not rate up Beowulf again. Stop, right? Period, right? Like that. It's been 5.5 years, and this is the first solo Beowulf rate up we've ever had, just ever, like ever, right? And I really want him at least in MP3. I don't want him any higher than that. MP3 is totally fine. That's when they're at peak damage. I'd be really happy with that. There's just, you know, the CEs suck, and you know he is unlimited. So if I got a 4-star ticket, I could just get him with that. Yeah, I guess there is the rerun next year, although they don't always rerun these events, as we have seen. I mean, it's tough. Like, you know, I definitely have less faith in Lostbelt 6 being awesome than I used to. And I really, really do like Beowulf, right? I mean, I grailed him for God's sakes. But, I don't know. It took me so much SQ to get one copy. If it takes that much SQ again, I'm not gonna be happy. Like, I'm not gonna be happy if it takes that much SQ to get him one more time, because then I'm going to be down, you know, to like 1,300, and you know that's still a lot, but that doesn't feel very unlucky proof, right? Like, it really doesn't. So, I got another day, so I'll think about it. It's tough. It wouldn't be tough if I just didn't like Beowulf so much. Because yeah, you got the rerun, and we've got the fact that, you know, free 4-star ticket, you can pick Beowulf. That's why I'm kind of, you know, it's not that big of a deal. I'm thinking I'm not gonna go anymore, just because, you know, MP2's good enough for now. MP2 really is pretty good. And yeah, Virtua's fine. I wouldn't mind if we got Virtua, but she's not someone that I'm like, oh yeah, I really want to get that. It's more like, yeah, she's fine. I wouldn't even level her. Oh yeah, 50% spook chance. There's that too. I wouldn't even level her for a while because, you know, I have enough Lancers to deal with right now. Okay, we're gonna wrap up there. I will. I think I can stream tomorrow. I'm pretty sure, but I do got some stuff I have to do soon. But thank you for hanging out, everybody. That was a weird stream. A lot of bullshit. I will see you all tomorrow. And oh wait, we should raid somebody. That would be a thing. Let's see. We'll raid Lord. Looks like he's doing some Christmas stuff. Okay, I'm gonna remember the, like, / this time. There we go, boys. Alright, peace out. I'm out of here. And, yeah. Take it easy.